ಹಲೋ 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 ಬರ್ತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ. A very good morning to all our viewers for this match. The third are Mithun Manohar and Anthony Davis. Welcome, Mithun. Passes forward point goes for 2 runs. Wide outside of stump that ball. Yeah, I think it was well played. I think the condition in the Pacers would have excellent ball. Excellent ball. Excellent bowling there. The drive taking the outside of the bat and caught by the wicketkeeper. Brilliant bowling, and that is the first wicket. Bowled by Rohan Thompson. Next batsman coming in, Vaibhav Somashekar, a right-hand batsman. I think the New Zealand boys are going to be very happy with the start, especially getting the wicket in the 4th over. Really good. Batsmen have found it hard to. I think the new batsman for a challenge. I think he needs to get his eye in, get set. Looks like Vaibhav is taking a leg stump guard. Rohan Thompson, and in comes Rohan Thompson. Straight on, slightly overpitched, but just played away this first ball. The conditions today, after the rains last year, very good for bowling. You can expect some swing. And that could go all the way to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Got off the edge. Misses. And through the gap, I slip. Come back from the bowler. Pitch down was hitting was defended away. Over. The score is 1-4. So this is going to be a 45-over game due to the late start between HUTT Wellington and the SAMPRASIDDHI ESTADIO under-19 team. And he's been bowling quickly, 2.5. That's putting a lot of pressure. Batting, left arm fast, very well bowled, just outside off stump, and keeping the pressure on. At least hitting strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Length slightly outside of stump, left by the batsman. And a feel of this pitch and bowling attack. Great. I don't see there is any width being given. Doesn't have anything in the leg stump. There. You can see some aggression. I think the batsman was a little bit surprised. And that brings of this over, and the score reads 18, loss of 1 wicket. Would say this is steady, but I think they will look to start scoring some runs
Mitten.
I've told Suresh
Yeah.
that, and I've given him a roster.
Okay.
I got these Kiwi parents
Okay.
who will join you guys as well on the commentary, if that's okay.
That's great.
So I can share this roster with you,
Please.
and they'll come and join you at their time.
Sure.
What's your number?
97414.
I already just say the number, right?
And that will be a change in
Stay okay.
Ron Thompson. Played cut by the batsman and goes down to the boundary, misses fly slip and goes through point and fly slip all the way to the boundary. Another 4 for the SAMPRASIDDHI under 19 batting lineup. And the score moves to 29 in the end of the 6th over for the loss of 1 wicket. For the 4th over, the first ball of the 4th over. Ball hits straight to short cover. Good opening ball for this over by Ali Banar. He's using the line very well today. On the full there by the batsman, going straight to mid off this ball. The bowling has been really tight. Excellent ball. Pitching on off. Slight deviation away from the batsman. The batsman tempted. Yes, excellent bowling here by Ali. He has got the pace and great line and length as well, and keeping the batsman in check through this spell of his. Coming to bowl his next ball. A slightly slow one, trying to hit the Yorker length. Played straight to mid-off. Mid-off is slightly in from the inner circle. I think the batsman might have missed a chance to score off that full toss, but that's the pressure that's been applied on the batsman. The bowling has been tight. Kept slightly low this next ball by Ali. The batsman definitely expected more bounce on that. Sailed through to the keeper. And that brings the end of the over for Ali Benar, and really good bowling there by him. On the pads, and a great flick by the batsman. I think that probably would be the first bad ball, and the batsman cleanly flicked it over mid-wicket for a boundary. 37 for 1 of 7.1 overs. Kairav Reddy seems to be getting a hang of it. He's 19 of 18 balls, seems to be in good form. Yes, indeed. Scoreboard is ticking. Thompson coming into bowl. Pitched on, middle and off. Excellent ball there. Extremely confident defense by the batsman. Seems like he is in the groove.
Just two fielders outside the ring. Low. And now there's a small fielding change being made. Fielder who is got inside the circle. And bowling cut
and into the gap of mid-wicket. Played very well. Goes for a 4.
Excellent shot. I think it was shot of good length and the batsman rocked onto the back foot and hit it between point and gully. Brilliant shot. Confident front foot push to covers. The batsman Kairav Reddy seems extremely confident. His feet is moving fine. Ron Thompson coming in to bowl the 5th ball.
Take an easy catch, but indeed he's done a fantastic job to deceive the batsman. It could have been a wicket. Rohan Thompson coming up the ball again. Played again to covers. That will bring the end of the over.
And after the 8th over, it is 42 for 1. Do you think it's time for a bowling change, or are they going to continue with Ali Bonar?
It looks like they are going to go with Ali Bonar because he has been phenomenal this spell with an economy of just 2.5. I mean, in a power play situation to bowl at an economy of 2.5, it is really telling of the kind of bowling that Ali has been managing this spell.
Yeah, and I think the captain has made a wise decision to give him his 5th over. He's been applying pressure on the batsman from one end. Hardly any runs given away from his bowling. Bonar running into bowl.
Just within the limits of the wide, but there's a length that is a little tricky to play. The Yorker length, batsman making a note of that as well. Very managing to really put the pressure on the batsman here. Another ball outside off stump, brilliantly bowled, batsman not
Attempting to play the ball. I think it's a wise decision. Is excellent fielding at cover point. Ball was slightly over pitched. Beautiful cover square drive. Excellent stop by the fielder at point. Coming into bowl, the 4th ball of the over. Been a brilliant over over this far.
Brilliant shot there by the batsman, cut from Yorker length. Really a very difficult shot to execute, very risky as well, but she's got 4 runs for it. That's the first 4 of Ari Bonar, and a very cheeky shot at it.
Kairav Reddy seems to be seeing the ball really well.
He's played it really fine. I mean, he's missed third man, and in between the gap of the wicketkeeper and third man, I mean, it's a ball of Ari at the pace he is bowling. To cut it into that gap is really a hard shot to play. Ari coming in to bowl his next ball. And driven very handsomely through covers, and that's another 4. Looks like the batsmen are getting set now.
Excellent shot. Piercing the gap between short extra cover and mid-off for a brilliant boundary. I would say the best shot of the day this far.
Easily. Looked very confident. Handsome shot. Ari coming in to bowl his next ball. An excellent comeback delivery. On point. Excellent length and on the top of off stump, as they would say.
And after 9 overs, it's 50 for 1 for the SSC under 19 team.
Ryan Thompson bowling and straight to mid-on. A single taken off that ball.
Despite the loss of an early wicket, I think the SSC under 19 team would be quite happy because they've crossed 50 in 9.1 overs. That's almost a run a ball.
Pretty impressive from the comparatively low scoring start. They have made the last 5 overs count. Ryan Thompson into bowl.
Confident back foot punch towards cover.
And ready on and Somashekar on 10. This looks like a partnership is building between these two. Thompson coming into bowl. And a slow ball takes the edge and goes straight to third man. A single off it. LBW brilliant bowling there. We'd like to welcome Simon watching this match on the sides. What do you think?
Outfield was a little bit damp this morning, so the ball wouldn't have been going as fast as normal. So very vital that we just picked up a wicket there to try and stem the run flow, I think. So yeah, it's been a good morning's cricket so far.
I agree with you. But the loss of the 2 wickets, I think the boys from New Zealand would have the upper hand right now, or do you say the game is very even at this point?
Very even. I think cricket's a funny old game. All it takes is one big partnership, and you guys could be well and truly underway. So we'll be trying to put some pressure on now with the new batsman and slow the scoring rate down a bit, and hopefully that yields some pressure for the New Zealand boys.
Vikas P, the new batsman coming into bat. Left-hand batter. The captain's making the field changes accordingly. Simon, do you think that the captain could actually have a slip, considering the batsman is new and it's not been extremely easy for a new batter coming in?
Yeah, I think it's all a big learning curve for the New Zealand team about to look at that.
Yeah.
Now, there you go. They must have been listening to our commentary.
Absolutely. Excellent ball. On point. Pitch middle, missing off.
This will be Rohan's last over in his spell before he takes a bit of a break. So he'll be looking to finish off his spell nicely with a couple of tight balls.
Absolutely. Left and in.
Picked up a couple of wickets in that spell, and he'll be happy. He might even so we can rest up a bit. The New Zealand boys aren't really that used to bowling in the hot conditions that we've got over here, even though it's a bit cooler than a normal day than you'd get in India at the moment. And joining me in the commentary box is no other than Brian Bonner. Welcome to the commentary team, Brian.
Good morning, Simon. Lovely to be here. Fine morning after overnight rain. The boys are now settling into their 45 overs.
New bowler, and this is Ollie T with here, who's coming in to bowl his left arm orthodox.
Yeah, this will be an interesting little session. This wicket's taken quite a bit of spin over the last couple of days, and the HUTT have definitely been tested, so it'll be good to see if they can repay that. Slightly high, that might be a new ball. First up, it might have slipped out of his hands.
Bit of a loosener to start with there. Yeah, so this is the same block that we played on yesterday, actually, which took quite a bit of turn as the game went on. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays for the spinners today.
Simon, this has been your first trip up to Bengal and experiencing the delights of these Indian boards who have really got some great resolve. And if I think about it, you know, there's many things that will go through your mind if you reflect about your first few days. What's been the highlight so far?
Wow, I think it's all just to highlight, you know, you take in the culture of the city, you take in the noise, the bustle, the tuk-tuks, certainly add to the flavour of the city. And then you throw in on top of that some cricket, and you've got quite a memorable experience, really. It's such a great opportunity for the boys from Wellington to come over here and experience these conditions. Struggling a little bit at the start of his spell here, Ollie. He's bowled really well on tour so far, but just trying to get into his rhythm to start with.
Just tucks it away for one at the mid-wicket. Bit of line and length this time from Ollie.
What about yourself, Brian? You're a veteran of these HUTT HAWKS tours. You've been on 5 now, I believe. So much different this time round for you?
Well, look, I think the excitement is always there every time you step off the plane, and every day is certainly different. It's busy, it's noisy here in Bangalore, and it's a real eye-opener. And as you say, the cultural experience and the food especially, we've been really treated, to be fair to say, and Suresh and his academy team here have really looked after us really nicely.
We certainly haven't gone hungry, have we?
Ollie now back into the rhythm. It's good to see. It's a hot day up there in the field, plenty of water being taken on by the boys. We've got parents doing their laps, getting their steps up, just to prove they've been doing something over here. And I think it'll be a real eye-opener for some of them by the time we get down to Nantapur and start walking in the heat down there. But
French might be up to his 47th lap already. Very, very keen on laps around the field this afternoon. Speaking of which, I think Hamish French has just joined the commentary booth now. Actually,
it's not Brian.
Morning.
Microphone right up to the lips. So
Morning, Simon. It's another beautiful day here now that we had a bit of morning rain, but we've got that out of the way, and the cricket's we're set for a good day of cricket.
So very evenly poised at the moment. We've got a bowling change after Rohan had a great 5-over spell at the start. Spin from both ends now, so it'll be young Will Greenwood into the
Yeah, it'll be good to see how Will goes on this wicket. He's been really effective with his spin bowling so far, so I think he'll slow things down a wee bit.
We were just saying before, the track took quite a bit of turn yesterday, so it will be an interesting one to see if it's similar today. Usually is with a second day track. You don't tend to get less spin, do you?
No, not at all, and not here in India. We're just waiting for Will to set, and we'll be underway again. Do you know the score? Do you have that? Okay.
Bit of a loose knit to start with. That one's been pumped over mid-wicket to 6. Quite a widespread field though, so they're obviously looking to contain at the moment.
There you go.
The microphone's just been turned off. So and only two into the attack. So spin from both ends. Looking to sort of contain quite a bit sort of clip at the moment.
Notice with the batsmen over here in India to attack, they really look to take it to the bowler. Dab behind from the batsman to get a single. We're just saying while the microphone was turned off that with the rain that we've had overnight and this morning, it's very humid here today. It's a hot day out there for the boys in the field. For even though it's reduced down to 45 overs, she's going to be a lot of hydration needed, that's for sure.
Just pushing it down the ground for a single route. Moving the score up to 73. Batsman just sort of playing from the crease there and squeezing it on the inside.
The setting we've got here at this cricket ground is unbelievable, with a beautiful mosque in the background that as a setting, and the field itself is like a first-class ground in New Zealand. It's just magnificent as far as the outfield's very short and very fast, and so anything that beats the inner circle typically tends to run away pretty quickly to the boundary.
Very nicely, just guided past first slip there and picking up another single to. No, I thought that was the end of the over, but there's still one ball to come. Read the situation. Straight. Lovely stroke for four.
That sees the score 78 for 2 after 13 overs. It looks like we're going to have a well-earned drinks break, I would say, for the boys now. And that's also a 50 for Karav Reddy, the opening batsman for the Indian or the Bangalore team. And it'd be fair to say the conditions out there being so hot and muggy, there's going to need to be a few drinks breaks, I would think, today. Speaking of drinks breaks, the parents on this tour have needed to have a couple of those as well after each day, a little bit of a debrief and so forth. But she gets pretty hot, thirsty work here, doesn't it, Simon?
To make sure we're fit to 45. For the Hawks, Ari Bonner had a very good first spell with his 5 overs for 18, and Rohan Thompson picking up a couple of wickets, 2 for 34. Just had 3 overs of spin so far, but I would say that we're probably in line for quite a bit of spin with the track we're on today.
Yeah, I think apart from maybe the 2 opening bowlers at the top, the bulk of the HUTT Hawks attack today is going to be based around spin. So yeah, we've got plenty of that to come. So she's going to be a hot day under the lid, certainly for the wicketkeeper Wilsey French, and as I say, just hot and humid in general here today.
Not sure what's happening here. It looks like sort of a drinks break. Sort of a drinks break going on. So I'm not too sure. We've just got a little bit of a stoppage in play at the moment. This one keeps on flicking on and off. So we're probably just getting.
Okay, we're just about ready to resume after the drinks break here, and we've got a little change in the commentary team. We have Grace coming in, who his son Luca is the youngest tourist in the HUTT Hawks team. He's in year 9 in town, so he's absolutely having a fantastic time over here, learning at such a young age the conditions and with a lot of the older boys in the team as well. So Luke is having a fine time. And the other commentator coming in is Chanda Ravi, who's the captain of the HUTT District's Prems team back in Wellington, and he's come over for a bit of a break and also to get some pre-season training in. So we'll hand over to the 2 lads, and we'll talk soon.
Cheers, Frenchie. Great to be here in Bangalore. Lovely weather. And a bit of rain early this morning, but it's cleared up, looking pretty good. And we've got Will Greenwood at the top of his mark coming in to resume his spell.
A little bit full there, but mistimed it. Pretty fast outfield here, Chanda. The grass is cut pretty short. And I'd describe the grass as in New Zealand it would be a beach grass, so they can cut it nice and short. Obviously dried out well this morning, lots of rain overnight. Will's French at the top of his mark. And just a description of the ground would be maybe 80% of the size of the basin reserve, Chanda?
Yeah, just about that. Decent hit for young lads to to get it. We have seen a few go over out of the ground actually, so some of these boys can hit a big ball for sure. But it's great to be here. It's well bowled by Greenie. Lovely bowling. Good flight. Bit of turn out there as well. It's good to see young spinners from Wellington come through and actually get some experience in these areas, in this part of the world as well. And some of the things that they've learnt and they've been talking about throughout the tour is bowling a little bit slower. I often find on TV or whenever we're watching cricket that the international players bowling a little bit quicker in T20s and things, but when you get to this level, you want to be bowling a touch slower. Get the batsman driving, playing a little bit early in front of the wickets. They like going at the ball. Indian batsmen are quite aggressive when it comes to playing spin, so a little bit slower. You might get a few catches in front of the wicket as well, or even beat them in the flight. So Will's bowling beautifully at the moment. There you go.
Yeah, just on that, Chanda, bowling a little bit slower, obviously there's the anticipation from the batsman, waiting for that ball. Is it going to turn? Is it going to bounce? Is it going to keep low? Just seems like when the boys hold it back a bit, the batsmen can tend to go slightly early. Greenwood in to bowl another one, and that's cut off by Ardy. Ardy's the second youngest boy on the trip. He's from St. Pat's Town, 14 years old, year 10. Just speaking on Luca's behalf, I think the experience of being here is actually quite hard to describe. It's just so much different to being in the nets down at the stadium or the Basin Reserve. Firstly, playing against older boys. Some of these boys from the other team, Bangalore, play upwards of 200 games a year, and they're always happy to share with our lads too. So for Luca, I think just be here and just be a sponge, really. What do you reckon, Chanda?
Yeah, it's what the tour's really about, for a lot of these young guys coming here for the first time, especially learning from some of these experienced players from previous years. You're always going to pick up a few things here and there throughout the tour, and I think one of the most important things that the boys can do or are doing is asking questions and talking cricket, because that's often how you learn a lot, especially when you're playing every day. Talking a lot of cricket definitely gives you ideas and new ways of thinking that we just generally don't get back home in Wellington and New Zealand in general. So yeah, it's one of those things. You're playing back to back. You've got so many games coming through, and talking cricket definitely helps to build that knowledge, especially at a young age. Well, that's well bowled by Ollie. A little bit slower, and you get a bit more turn. He's generally a lot quicker through the air. Likes to dart the ball in, but the one is a little bit slower, and you can see there's a bit of purchase in the wicket there. Again, it's well bowled. It's a nice bit of change of pace, edged away through third man, and it's 4 runs. But he's also taken out the fence there at the end as well. So I think he's going to put it back in place. Nice. It's a good finish for the Indians at the end of the over.
Yeah, Chanda, it really is full immersion in cricket here for the Bangalore Academy side. They're living on site here. Really, the passion for the game is just incredible here. They're here every day, training, bowling. IPL players come down, they bowl at them. They're happy to share experiences that they've had. Yeah, you can just talk all day with them. It's fantastic. A little bit of turnout there now. Nick Greenwood back into staying in the attack. Comes down the wicket. And just not sure what the previous commentary teams have talked about, but in terms of the HUTT Hawks, there really is a development tour, and everyone's getting a chance to bowl and bat. Will's French is doing the bulk of the keeping. It's well played again for a dot ball. And yeah, so for French, he's under the lid quite often. It's pretty hot out there. Bit of rain last night, so it's a bit more humid today. Lots of dragonflies around. Backward point to Luca Grace. And so for the first few days we travelled by bus to the ground, and then we decided it would be a bit more adventurous to catch a tuk-tuk or an Uber, and you really can take in the sights and sounds of India. You really have to be here to experience it. It's hard to describe. Just amazing. So much energy, the hustle and bustle. It's just all go. And everyone's so helpful and friendly. To Suresh and the guys here, just been amazing looking after us. So we're really grateful for that. Ooh, cups him on the shoulder. That really is maybe the two-pace, maybe even three-pace track that we got out there, and batsman swung a bit early.
Yeah, it's definitely keeping up and down a little bit as well. I mean, it's a used track. It's been used for the last 3 days in a row. 7 wickets, so you're going to definitely find a bit of purchase, and the spinner's doing a great job here through the middle overs. You can see Will's getting a bit of turn being the bat, especially guys who play spin day in, day out here. If you're beating their bat on a regular basis, you know you're doing something right. The score is 91. Slight field change. One for 2 after 16 overs. One of the most important things when you're coming on a tour like this is, you know, you're playing a lot of cricket, but I think the boys get to experience Indian culture a lot, and in terms of, you know, if you're trying to get the most out of your trip here, you know, cricket's the main aspect of your trip, but at the same time, you know, experiencing different foods, the culture, like Peter was saying with the tuk-tuk rides, all of that is part of the experience really, and that's when you get the most out of a trip like this, and you start to enjoy life, which is quite important when you come here. You know, you are quite away from home. Some of these boys, their parents aren't here, so it's a time for them to, you know, come together and enjoy and have some good fun with the rest of the team, but also the opposition. it's coming together, makes the trip a lot more fun, and by the end of it, you sort of become quite good friends and a bit like a family. So it's well bowled and it's a good shot for a single to long off. What's your best experience been so far, Peter?
Well, Chanda, it's definitely the people. Everyone here is just so nice and so helpful. Definitely the people. The food, I've loved the food. I found out what Kiwi hot and Indian hot are. Last night I just needed something different, so I went out and got a margarita pizza and then had curry for lunch, for breakfast. So curry and an omelette, bit of baked beans. But yeah, I mean, the ground, this facility here is, I would describe it as a cricket heaven. So if you love cricket and you're thinking of potentially getting on one of these tours, I would definitely recommend it. Just cricket everywhere. You go to the nets. Hamish French he's brought his gear over and he's had top quality bowlers bowling at him in the nets. Chanda's over here for some game development. He's been facing lots of different bowlers, just really going to the gym. Everything is about improving your cricket here. Learning, there's a physio on site. But I would say the main thing that I'd say as the father of a 13-year-old is just having other cricket lovers all together, watching and playing cricket. There's just so much chat about it, the different perspectives that are going around. Chanda and I had a chat yesterday for a good 45 minutes and we were talking about how to play spin and as a youngster, Luca, how to set fields and how to bowl to your fields and things like that. Early on in the tour we saw our team tend to go for the typical ring field, and it seems like they're slowly learning. Things like the power play, how many people we can have in and out and stuff like that. It's just warming up now. It's getting hot in the commentary box. Nick Greenwood, right arm around the wicket. Batsman comes forward. It's one of the biggest recommendations to Luca is to look to get forward. Interesting, yesterday having a chat with, Chanda was having a chat with Neeraj Chola's brother Pradeep. He was a top first class batsman and he's had an average of about 80. Fine player of spin. And he was saying he looks to attack. So if you could elaborate on a bit more of that, mate.
Yeah, I mean, he plays on Delhi tracks, and those are red soil, red sand. It's quite hard, and it's going to turn quite sharply and quite quickly as well. So your first mode of attack is to attack against spinners in those sorts of conditions, because as soon as you let them settle down on those wickets, it's a matter of time before you get out. You get an edge, especially in longer format of the game. So he was saying that coming down the wicket and playing spin is almost as natural or more comfortable for him than playing a front foot defence. And that's a mindset thing that I think boys can definitely get out of playing spin, because back home in New Zealand we're looking at spinners in the sense of, okay, they're coming on and we want to essentially get a few singles and then hit the occasional boundary, whereas Pradeep, you know, he's thinking, I want to hit these guys for at least a 1 or a 2 every single ball, and how can I get myself into the right position, whether it's coming down the wicket or whether it's a sweep or playing a late cut or going down the crease and manoeuvring all around. It's always about putting the spinners off their length, because as soon as they get settled down, it's almost a matter of time before you get out. So it's a different way of playing spin altogether, and that's why I see a lot of Indian players. They're fantastic against playing spin, simply because of the mindset. Of course, you need to have the technical game and the tactical awareness around it, which a lot of players do have, but that mindset is probably the biggest one. A shift in that definitely allows you to attack and score runs. It's always a run-scoring mentality. Well, it's well bowled. Well, he's bowling quite fast and into the wicket with that delivery. And that's sort of saying, from building on, you know, from what I was saying earlier, that Indian batsmen are just looking to attack spinners. And it's one of the biggest learnings. You know, I've been on a few of these tours. First few times I came here, you know, you'd really like to play a longer innings. You've got a fear of getting out almost, but that quickly, you know, disappears when you start playing every day, and that's when you can really express yourself against spin. Because a lot of the boys that I see here have the talent to play spin, but it's just a small mindset change that makes a huge difference. And once you get that, you know, your game goes tenfold. So hopefully some of the boys have taken that on board and had a chat. And Niraj is obviously from Delhi as well, so he's very similar, of the same mindset, and it definitely helps. I was bowling to Pradeep yesterday, and it was almost like he hasn't lost a single bit of his technique, and his mindset. It's just so ingrained in him, and it was like you haven't batted for almost 4 years, and I don't think I can get you out because you're just too aggressive against spin, and puts me off my length when I'm bowling to him. So, you know, I can only imagine what it's like for, you know, good spinners and him in his prime, you know, what that would have been like to bowl to.
Some fantastic nuggets there, Chanda, and it's just another example of the learnings. Wow, that really is taken off. Turn and bounce and bet the keeper. That's 4 wides. You just notice one of the batsmen here is the opener. He's now batting in a cap. I've been watching him since he came out. It's fantastic, beautiful to watch. The confidence to come out and bat in the cap on this wicket. I mean, I haven't seen any of our boys do it yet. Maybe they'll pluck up the courage, but pulling out the sweep shot with the cap on, I don't think I'd be too keen on it, even on an artificial. Quick single there. How many laps you done today, Frenchie?
I've done probably done about 5 today, Pete. So just building into my work.
Frenchie's our lap man, and he really sets the pace and tone. I do a few laps, but he laps me a few times every hour. I think I need to step it up, increase the heart rate. Well, Greenwood continuing. And I guess for our lads, you know, they're wearing a black uniform. It's pretty hot out there. I do notice that when there's a wicket, they're not rushing in. I think it's kind of important to keep your movements as efficient as possible, so you don't swelter in this heat. Greenwood continuing around the wicket, and that's a wide down the leg side. Everything here is so professional. The umpires dress like umpires, and I really like the way they signal wide. They take their time, you know, they wait, see where the ball's gone, and we've had one of the dads, Joel Sampson, doing the scoring most of the games, and yeah, it's pretty incredible sitting down for hours and hours. He really seems to have a passion for it. We're really appreciative of that. He's a top umpire back home. And there's his boy throwing the ball in, Natan, backed up by Milan Patel. Over 100 now for 2 wickets. What kind of score would we be looking at here, Chanda? So we were around about 105 for 2 after 18 overs, 45 over match. What sort of, would you be setting your sights on at this point?
I think definitely looking at around 250. We've got 2 set batsmen in. You know, ideally if these guys continue on till about for another 10 overs, you're setting yourself up for a pretty big score on even for 45 overs. So you've got a quick outfield as well, so you get value for your shots. Something that we definitely take into consideration when you're in this part of the world. Slightly different in New Zealand. You know, you hit through the infield here, you're definitely looking at least a 2 or 4. So it's a great shove and it's well bowled. It's a wicket for Greeley. Beautifully bowled. He's bowled really well so far, and throughout this game changed his pace nicely. He's getting a bit of spin, and he's quite accurate for a young guy. There's a great innings by him as well. Very brave. Like Pete said, sweeping with no helmet on this type of wicket.
And we're going to have a change in the commentary soon, but just before we go, I'd just like to return the question to Chanda. What's been the highlight of your trip so far?
Oh mate, the number of bruises I've been getting from the sidearms and the bowlers. No, I think just being a part of this whole trip, you know, I've enjoyed every single moment of it so far. Watching young guys play, training here, you know, it's something that, you know, I haven't been able to get in Wellington. It's been a pretty grim winter back home. Rains pretty much every other day, so it's quite nice to be here. But yeah,
It's raced away. The ground here is just so hard and fast.
Yep, that was just literally a little flick. So unless you're lucky enough to hit a fielder, a loose ball like that is just going to run away for 4 every time. So it puts a lot of pressure on the bowlers to get their line and their length right, because otherwise the batsmen here just go hard at it. And there was a quick cheeky little single there where he's just literally tapped it out to just about 3 or 4 metres away from him on the leg side and run through for a very quick cheeky single. So another run to the score. Yeah, what you were saying, Pete, about the how everyone's doing something and moving and, you know, always on the go here in Bangalore. It's I've just been absolutely amazed at how busy the roads are, and it's almost like organised chaos. Like there's just doesn't seem like there's any road rules whatsoever. Like there's there's literally tuk-tuks and cars and trucks and tractors and cows all on the road at the same time. Sometimes they're going the wrong way on the lane that they're meant to be in, but it just seems to work. Every time you go on a tuk-tuk, you sort of feel like your life's in your hands, but the irony is you never seem to have any sort of incidents or crashes, touch wood I guess, but it's incredible the way that it all works over here. Like some of the driving you see, if it was in New Zealand, I think you'd end up in jail. The way that they drive over here, she is something that you have to see. You probably have to see it and be a part of it to believe it, because it is just craziness. Like the horns are just getting blared and tooted all day long. Like so, you almost need to have earmuffs or have AirPods or something in your ears just to keep the noise of the horns down, because it's just constant the whole time that you're in one of the tuk-tuks or an Uber.
Yeah, it's certainly pleasant being up on the 7th floor as opposed to the 3rd there, Frenchie. You're a bit further away from the horns. One thing there's horns going all the time, but there is absolutely zero aggression. So people beat their horns and it's just a friendly reminder that I might be on your right or left, or I'm coming through. And in terms of the rules, I think it's first in, first served. You go. Don't know, if I'd want to drive here, feel a bit more confident each day, but I don't think so. But you certainly see the value of your travel insurance coming to a place like this, even though yet to see a crash actually, but it always feels like there's one about to happen. But it's amazing the way the people drive and pay attention. The tuk-tuk drivers are incredible. Greenwood continuing, he's going over the wicket now. Slightly over pitched, but the batsman's missed out. Really is a mixture of pace and spin bowlers in this HUTT Hawks attack, which is great for these conditions. Some of the quicks are getting perhaps a touch of swing early on, but it's more of the variation and bounce, I think, that's making it tricky. Ari Bonner, he bowls a pretty heavy ball, as does Amog, yep, and Harry Law. And it's quite fun watching side on. You see one bounce off a length and it comes up pretty high and cops him on the gloves quite often. So you really see the skill of the batsman here. Very different to batting in Wellington. Continuing over the wicket, bit of off spin on the back foot. Defending to Nathan Sampson. What do you reckon we're having for lunch today, Frenchie?
Pretty safe bet that it's a curry of some sort, Pete, I would think. There's been nothing but that so far. And so if you don't like curry, India's not your place to come, that's for sure. But in fairness, the food's been really good. We've been very well looked after with the food. The Howard Johnson Hotel that we've been staying at here, they have as much as you can eat buffet for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and as a guest of the hotel you can go there pretty much any time and eat, and the quality of the food has been absolutely fantastic. Obviously it's mainly based around curries and so forth, but been really tasty. So the only thing you've got to be a little bit careful of is which ones you choose, because some of them are quite hot and some of them are a little bit more mild, and I have made the mistake of grabbing a couple of hot ones by accident, and it doesn't go too well with the internal system, so shall we say, Pete?
Yeah, it's a very good point there, Frenchie. I think it's something you kind of become acclimatised to. I've sort of noticed each day I can handle a little bit more spice. Perhaps like with the heat of the weather, a lot of the locals here are wearing button-up shirts and jeans or long pants, and the ones that I've talked to, sort of asking them if they're hot or not. It's like, no, from Bangalore, I'm used to it. So it'd be a pretty nice thing to get used to, I guess, being in the heat. It might be a bit of a fright when we get back home, Frenchie, coming into this, into a southerly 10 degrees with about a 0 wind chill.
Yep, when we hit that, we'll be thinking that humidity back in Bangalore wasn't that bad after all. So I'm sure we'll get back to the colder weather in Wellington soon enough. So we've got Artie bowling here again the next over, and just a few changes in the field. He's just put a deep square leg back, and now he's got a deep mid wicket as well, and a long on. So three on the leg side boundary, and he's just brought mid off or long off up to mid off, and the only boundary rider he has now on the offside is deep point. So he's going to need to keep it nice and tight, because these batsmen will look to go hard at any chance that they possibly can. It's probably getting to that stage of the innings too, where they're wanting to put the foot down with only being 4 wickets down. So yeah, that one looked like it came out of the hand wrong, and was a wide down leg side. So he'll need to re-bowl that one. Oh, little appeal for LBW there, but no joy from the umpire. But the setup here at this ground is fantastic, because you have an area to eat your meals downstairs, and then you come upstairs to where we're sitting, which is in the gym, so you can literally do a gym workout and be watching the cricket at the same time. That's what Chandra's doing right now. He's putting some serious looking weights over there behind me, and pretty much keeping an eye on the cricket at the same time. So it's a great setup. And then there's a physio here at the other end of the ground, and also another gym, but that's actually one where if you want to use that's a private gym, but it's connected to the cricket ground, so you do need to pay if you want to use that gym. And yeah, the nets, there's indoor nets here, there's outdoor nets. Again, there's just lots and lots of facilities to train, and every day they have what seems like hundreds of kids here every night at around about 4 o'clock. So school's out and all the kids come down here to train for their cricket, and it's just amazing to see the passion that they have for the game over here. Like, they just absolutely live and breathe it, and this is just, this is obviously just one particular club in Bangalore, but in saying that, an extremely nice club here in Bangalore.
Yeah, they certainly get their repetitions in at a young age here. It's just constant, daily, 7 days a week, doesn't matter what day it is, it's cricket. School and cricket. And no wonder they're smiling all the time. Pretty good life to live. We've got Chanda, yeah, Chanda's here, he's pumping some pretty serious tin. He's quite a slight guy, but he must just be full of muscle, because he's lifting some big weights there.
Oh, here we have the tour leader of the parents coming in now. We have Peter Bonner, who's like seriously, the rest of us parents are just amateurs, and he's a professional because he's been to India that many times between his work, between his oldest son Peter and now his younger son Ari. I think Peter sort of spends probably almost half his year over here in India, and he knows all the tricks of the trade, knows the places to go for if you're going for a meal out. Yeah, he's certainly, as far as the parents are concerned, the tour leader. So he's just come in to join the commentary team. So is it afternoon yet, It is afternoon. Afternoon, Peter.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, it's good to be here, isn't it? I mean, first time for you guys, but certainly a good experience from everything I've seen, and there's been a few little bits of humour thrown in just to keep the stories ticking over. But first things first, the cricketers have to do the job on the field, and there's a little way to go yet. At 131 for 4, so another 20 odd overs to go. So it'll be interesting to see how many the academy guys put on. This might not be evident to the viewers at home. A few spits of rain just drifting in, so let's hope that it stays away. Will Greenwood continuing with another fine spell of bowling, Hamish. He's been on the money most of this morning and throughout the tournament, consistent. Good line of length and getting a bit of turn on these wickets.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. He has, and we were just discussing it earlier about how well he's bowled, and in fairness, he's batted not too badly either, just quietly. So he's a good young cricketer. There's no doubt about that. So he's definitely sort of one of the leaders in this group, and he's in fact, oh yes, he's just got a wicket. So talking him up's done the trick, and he's just bowled the batsman, and let me see here. I'm not sure. It is Arnav Verma who's just been bowled, and by Will. Yeah. So yeah, that's his second wicket, and he's now got 2 for 30 off five and a half overs. So yeah, bowling very nicely. Brian was just mentioning about a few spots of rain, but the great thing they have here again as part of the facilities here is they have these massive covers, which pretty much almost cover the whole ground. Like it covers the wicket block, the bowlers run up. Like so, when there was heavy rain, pretty much last night and into early this morning, anywhere on the wicket block and the bowlers run ups for right out to the edge of the circles was completely covered by the covered over, and there was no rain. So then the ground just drains almost like you wouldn't even know that there's been rain here now, and it was pretty wet this morning when we woke up and were looking to come down to the ground. So the facilities here again for dealing with any rain are great, and they have a full-time sort of ground staff here, and they just are literally on hand all the time just to run the covers out if need be. They have full-time coaching staff here again for all those junior cricketers that we were talking about, to where they in fact there's a bunk room in the one of the stands here, and I think there's quite a few of the coaches and so forth that actually stay here during the week while they're working. So they're literally on hand 24/7. So it's just a completely different way of life to what we're used to back home. That's for sure. With how it all operates over here, and as we mentioned earlier, like everyone's busy here. Everyone's going at a rate of knots, but they've all got a smile on their face, and you just don't see anybody looking like that they're being hard done by, or that they can't get by well on what they've got. Everyone just seems very, very happy, and they're super polite to us, and just love having guests, it seems.
You're so right, Hamish. The hospitality's been great, and I think we do feel privileged to be in this position, and especially sitting in the commentary box today. I've had a few listeners text in asking a couple of questions, and we'll come to those in the break. But yeah, good coverage. We've got the the alternative commentary team on. Couple of cameras at the ground you may be aware of, and they've got a great little setup now that's all working, and it's certainly keeping the parents interested. And I hope you viewers at home in Wellington aren't being too cold, and I hear it's relatively cold and damp Wellington Day. But you had 133 for 5 off 26 overs. Might be slightly behind, but certainly current run rate of 5.12. The Academy boys just settling back in, but they'll be looking for a few more in the shortened version. But early on, young Mr. Reddy, 65 off 59, batted superbly. He's new to the team. And Suresh did say he would strengthen the Academy team for the 50 over game, and that's certainly been the case. But I think the boys are up for that. They're going to need a little bit of challenge before they head down to Anantapur at RDT. Always difficult down there, very strong batting track, so getting a bit more competition here before they head off on the bus tomorrow will be certainly something that's going to be good for them. Hardy getting into his rhythm now. A few dot balls is good, stopping the boundaries, putting a little bit more pressure onto the Academy team. And Hamish, first time, Bangalore. You've had some great food.
Yep.
Be fair to say. You've talked about that. That's good. What's your anticipation for the next week? What do you hope to see?
Well, based on what you were telling us the other night at our debrief, Brian, it sounds like we're going to see some fantastic facilities at RDT, and as you said, the grounds are magnificent, and again, it's going to be really nice to be pretty much living on site, from what I understand. So we actually get to stay pretty much at the cricket ground, where it's a pure cricket facility that's been built there. And so we'll all just stay on site, and from what you've said, the ground is a massive ground. So again, to hit boundaries and so forth, apparently it's going to be quite a decent hit, and really good batting wickets. So again, that'll be a lot of fun, hopefully, for the batsmen and the team to go out there and be able to enjoy batting on decks like that. But and the great thing that Neeraj has done with the team here is every day the order is different, so everyone's getting rotated around. So if you open one game, you're going to be 10 and 11 the next game, and if you're 3, you're going to be 9 type thing, and the same with if you're a bowler that's up the top of the order, that means that day generally you're not going to be bowling. So it's really given everyone a great opportunity to come over here, and it's not just all the same guys getting to bat at the top of the order, and the same guys doing the bowling. Everyone's getting an opportunity to experience every part of the game, and I think that's going to be really beneficial for the cricket. Certainly, getting back to Wellington, and then some of these boys will be heading off to the Hawke's Bay for their cricket camps, and pretty much getting back into their cricket, from sort of late October onwards. So 2 weeks over here, there's just no way in the world that can't be beneficial for anyone with their cricket.
Yes, that's right, Hamish. They've got it all ahead of them, and a special opportunity is Will Greenwood coming to the end of his 9th over. 3 for 34, economy of 3.92, bowling really well. Push down to backward point. That's the end of the over. 142 for 5 after 28 overs. Welcome back. Change of bowler from the northern end. This will be an important little spell. Just a shout out for those at home. I know it's not quite the same watching it on the TV, and as you stream these live pictures coming to you from Bangalore, certainly the things that you don't see is, you know, those little things that the gentleman who we come in every morning, he's got the most beautiful tea for us and coffee. That's the first thing a lot of parents are doing when they arrive. Coach Neeraj, Manager Ravi, you've got to be in quick to beat them. You know, we're looking forward to RDT. We'll be down at the TV Tower Cafe, as I know many of you who might be listening have probably visited there. Mrs. Madigan's muffins, always very fresh in the morning, and a good trip to the TV Tower Cafe, I'm sure awaits many parents. But you know, they've got the excitement ahead of them, which is going to be fine. I know a lot of boys haven't been down there either, so that'll certainly be one for their phones and record books. I'm come back into the commentary box. I'm joined by Simon Law. Simon, welcome back. It's nice to have you here up in the alternative commentary team, ready for another afternoon session.
An absolute pleasure to be sharing the microphone with Brian Bonner. So we see Pahan Silva into the attack for the first time today. Interesting story. Oh, yep, well bowled, but left alone by the batsman. Interesting story the other day. We finished the game that we were playing out here, and then a player who plays in the IPL came out and was practicing hitting the ball a mile or two from some of the local spinners, and our boys soon joined in. Actually, Pahan was one of those. He wanted the spinners bowling to him, so Milan didn't actually join in, but Oli T, Pahan, Adi Tuiti, yeah, they were all into it. So yeah, Aditya Tiwari, sorry. So yeah, no, they enjoyed it. There was a lot of sixes going into the netting around the ground, but our boys seemed to do a good job of tying them up occasionally. End of that Pahan Silva over. Sees they scored 144 for 5. So it's a very evenly poised game at the moment, I'd say. And Will Greenwood finished a great spell of 9 overs, 3 for 35. So he'd be very happy with that. Considering I think his first ball went for 6, he came back admirably in his spell. And it's now Oli Tiwatia, I think he's changed ends and coming into bowl from the other end at the moment with his left arm orthodox spin.
Yes, change of ends will be interesting to see, having bowled his first 6 from the southern end. He's now moved to the northern end. It's end commonly referred to.
Play along. New Zealand.
Just a slight misfield there, but hit with a fair amount of pace. Just the one. We've had the luxury of Yoel Sampson being our official scorer on tour. He takes his cricket very seriously and has done a marvellous job on Crick HQ, keeping everyone abreast of what's going on. He's quietly sitting in the players' pavilion.
And I'll just add that he is also the resident rules expert, so if there's ever any part of the cricket rules that you'd like explained, just see Mr. Yoel Sampson and he'll certainly help you out.
Yes, we've all learnt something on a number of rules over the course of this first week. I'm sure we'll learn a few more things, and it's good to have Yoel's experience and insights coming through, giving us different perspectives. You will have heard earlier in the commentary, I'm sure, with Neeraj's brother coming down from Delhi with his academy team, and my goodness, those Chihuahua boys, very talented cricketers, and it wasn't lost on me that they're very similar, good-looking chaps. But fair to say, you know, family feud was about to arise. I thought, Simon, on the first couple of days, what are we in for here? And for Neeraj to, you know, to come home back to Delhi and then down here to Bangalore and play against his brother's team, I'm surprised there was a few more newspapers and interviewers here looking for a story, because the Chihuahua boys, you know, have been in the newspapers a lot in their careers of great cricketing family, and goes right back to their uncle. So you know, it was a really nice touch to have both brothers having well, I wouldn't call it a feud, Simon, but certainly you could see there was a good bit of rivalry mixed in with a bit of humour.
Yeah, I think I was very lucky that the both the T20s and the one-dayers ended up square between the two teams. Otherwise, there would have been bragging rights for a whole year for one of the brothers before they got a chance to rectify things. So, yeah, probably very fortuitous. Pahan back into, or bowling again from the, this one is the northern end, was it, Brian? Did we say? Oh yes, northern end, yes. Sorry, my landmarks aren't, my bearings aren't quite right in India yet, but the northern end, Pahan bowling, and lovely little leggies that he, that one was just pushed out to Ari Bonner in the deep, who came in, and just the single there. So definitely the left-hand, right-hand combination working quite well for the Indian side at the moment. They're always a great test for the field as well, I find, Brian, when the concentration levels are starting to slip and you have to change the field every time there's a change in strike. It certainly puts the fielding team to the sword as far as their concentration levels go. Ooh, very quick single there. It's pushed back to the bowler and fielded by Pahan, but just parried it away, and they raced through for a very well-run single. Yeah, nicely pushed just down to deep backward square leg again, where Ari Bonner comes in to do the fielding, and another single to Suresh's academy side. And again, nicely pushed down the ground, just a single. Trying to sort of play an accumulating game here at the moment, and obviously through these middle overs with the spinners bowling, just pushing into the gaps and picking up singles is probably a good way of accumulating the runs. And again, for our boys, I think we came into the T20s over here, Brian, and there was a bit of the boys felt the need to move the pace on, understandably, in a T20, but now that we've sort of relaxed into the one-dayers, the accumulation phase is always a good sort of a lesson for them to pick the areas where you can get sort of not easy singles, but where you can accumulate runs without too much risk, and then hit the bad ball if one does come along.
Yes, this next little spell will be important. It's a good start for Pahan. He left the ground slightly early yesterday with Dad, but he's bounced back strongly today, and it's great to see him back. And with only 12 players, there was some older water boys, shall we say, Simon, that took a very heavy, experienced water boys being used at many times in the heat of the day. But Pahan is opening 2 overs, only going for 6 runs, so that's putting the pressure on. Lots of dot balls. And the boys are restricting the boundaries, and as you say, you've got the the left-hand right-hand combination, but it's actually, I think, woken our guys up a little bit. They're realising they have to adjust their field, and they're really part of that ethos that Coach Neeraj is putting onto them to think on their feet and embrace this learning experience. We've got Ollie coming in with his left arm, just gets a front edge, no run there. Sharp bit of fielding, Pahan moving in swiftly. The other person I've been impressed with this tour, Simon, is Willsey French. I think to step in and be a wicketkeeper, he's certainly really taken the gloves with gusto. Oh, here we go, run out chance. Oh, I think he's home safe. But Willsey, in the heat of the day, putting pads on and gloves and a helmet, certainly commendable.
Yes, he did say that to his father the other night that he didn't seem to think that India agreed with him with all of the spicy food and the heat that we're playing in over here. So Willsey keeps occasionally for his college team back in Wellington, but isn't always a regular wicketkeeper. And I think told Neeraj before he came away that he was a little bit nervous around having to don the gloves full time, but yeah, he's done an excellent job. And in one of our games the other day, he picked up 5 dismissals as well. So a really top effort from young Mr. French. His older brother has been on tour quite a few times over here, I believe.
Yes, I'm sure Sammy will be watching on from Dunedin. Otago supporters, be a number down there in the university halls of residence. Looking forward to their next year's flats, I'm sure. But certainly
Saturday night in New Zealand, about 8:15. They'll be nice and sober.
Oh, they will be. They'll probably be watching us at the. There must be some sort of football on, or Phoenix or someone. We've got a lot of TV channels here. Just while we're in a little drinks break here. I've got about 900 TV channels, but I think our subscription only gets to about 400. So we're very lucky to have a little bit of sport, a lot of cricket on the TV, lots of news.
Lots of news and lots of cricket, lots of cricket.
Cricket news for sure. And we're seeing all the veterans things, we're seeing everything else, and it's been a real good the time in terms of that. But look, we do get viewers coming in, and we've just got a text in. This is oh my goodness, I suppose I can mention it. It's from David Stevenson. He's been here many times, and he I don't know if he'll be watching, but he's just texted me to say Otago are leading 19-15 over Canterbury. That's a magnificent result. I'm not sure quite how far through that is, but I do believe it's the second half, David tells me. 54 minutes. David's just texted us in to the commentary team here. 54 minutes gone. So That's Otago over Canterbury. That'll be a bit of a shock for some of the Cantabrians, I'm sure, but I'm sure Otago will hold out. Resuming back to the cricket. That rain has stayed away. Another quick, tight single. $155 for 5. Started the. Gosh, we must be up to what, 33 overs nearly.
33rd over we're starting here, yep.
So a little way to go yet, but certainly I think the boys are starting to play well. I think Nathan, who's captaining the side today, has got them starting to move in the field, and they're actually bowling to the field, which is really nice. And I know that Ravi, who's been managing the team and doing a really sterling job, will be very pleased that his advice to the boys, both on and off the field, is starting to shine through.
Oh, and that one bounces a lot actually, and beats both the edge, and Will's French not able to take cleanly, but that was a very difficult one. Yeah, I think Niraj, a big part of the tour is helping the boys to understand how they should be setting fields and how they should be bowling to fields, especially in the T20s. I know there were times where we had a few too many inside the ring when there was an opportunity to protect the boundaries a bit more. So it's while the parents have a debrief at the end of every day, the boys have a debrief as well, and that's certainly one of the cricket lessons that I know they've been sort of having, is how to place fields and where the boundary areas are that they need to close off. Yeah, bowled again, Pahan. He's into his work now, so he's putting the ball in the right areas, and there's not too many loose ones there for the batsman to hit. So, end of his third over, none for 8 for Pahan. So he'll be very happy. I know his father was also exceptionally happy the other day when a misplaced phone in a tuk-tuk managed to find its way back to Pradeep later in the day. There was a few worrying moments when the phone was thought to have been lost, but thanks to the local Uber driver who managed to bring it back to the hotel, Pradeep was a very relieved and very happy man at the parents' debrief later on. Ollie T back again. He'll be bowling his last over here, so his spell of 8 overs so far, he's had none for 40, beaten the bat quite a bit. He's sort of probably unlucky not to pick up a wicket, but yeah, his last over, as it is a 45 over match, and maximum of 9 overs per bowler. Just another quick little single there, and these two have run well between the wickets, haven't they, Brian?
Yes, it's certainly fair to say that the rowing has been good. I don't think we've seen actually any run-outs. No. And I think that's probably a testament that cricket in India is a 365-day-year sport, and that certainly shows through in their communication, and they do run well between wickets, and they're very quick. But yeah, look, this is an important partnership. I mean, we've slowed the run rate down considerably with our spin. Oh, and that one kept exceptionally low. It's just gone right along the ground. Just the one by, I think. Well, the umpire's not going to signal, so that was a run to Vickers. He moves on to 40 of 75, so the scoring rate has definitely come back. Ollie has bowled well. He's mixing up his pace, and always hard as it gets to the end of your spell, and that one just tucked away, just drifting down leg slightly, and a lovely shot by Vickers. Projected score 215, somewhere around that. That's sort of closing in towards 5 and over, which if they can keep them beneath 5 and over, I think they'll be in with a good chance. And I think, when we think about what could have happened on a couple of games earlier in the tour, there were some very big hits, and our boys, when it comes to that time, actually really fight back strongly. And I think it's been, well, you could use the term ebbs and flows. When the chips have been down, they've actually stepped up quite nicely, and it's a testament because it's a young team, and sometimes you can forget this is their first sort of run for the start of the season, as you mentioned before, Simon, and to come over here and expect it with oh, it's going to be a run out. Oh my goodness, that could have been the first run out of the tour. Good pressure from the boys in the field. Slight field adjustment there. Young Mr. Grace coming slightly finer. Year 9, really enjoying his first trip to India and playing with some of the older boys. It's nice to see, you know, his engagement both on and off the field. Very happy in his work. Trains hard before games, and certainly I think when he gets back to Wellington he'll be a bit of a threat. You know, particularly in year 9 grade, he'll do very well.
Definitely. I think one of the special parts of the tour is the fact that there is such a mix of boys, not just from an age group point of view. So we've got Luca Grace as a year 9 up to Nathan, who is second year at university, a few year 11s, 12s and 13s, so a mix of ages, but then also a mix of schools, which is really nice as well. So getting to play cricket right across a group of friends is a really nice thing for the boys to be able to do, rather than just sort of have the same group of boys all the time. That was the end of Ollie T's over and the end of his spell as well. So he's ended up with none for 49 off his 9. And as I said, probably unlucky not to pick up a wicket or two with some of the bounce and the turn that he was able to extract. But Pahan back in now. Just slipping down the leg side for a wide, and the batsmen have scampered through for an extra run as well. So with 10 overs to go, 11 overs to go now, 166 for 168 for 5. I think 220 is what they'll be aiming for, and then obviously the HUTT Hawks, if we can pick up a wicket or two, that'll certainly help to slow the scoring rate down in the last 11 overs. Oh, well bowled, been in the bat there. Big back foot drive, which didn't connect, and straight through to the keeper. Oh yeah, nicely turned down, fine. They should come back for 2 there, and yep, back for a comfortable 2. As the lanky Rohan Thompson throws the ball back into the keeper. Yes, it's an impressive facility here. There's some indoor training nets, some outdoor training nets, and the ground staff do an amazing job of putting the ground in good order. When we turned up this morning, about an hour after our scheduled start time, there was some large sort of puddle, well, squelchy areas in the ground, but the ground staff did a great job of drying things out and making the ground playable for our last game here in Bangalore. Pitched up well, and some very good fielding there from Nathan. Well done, Nathan. He cut off a definite single there. Oh, well bowled, yes, and that's a wicket. Pahan pushed the ball wide as the batsman came down the track, and Wilsey, with a great take, wide outside off stump, whipped the bails off. In fact, took a stump out of the ground at the same time, and that's a much needed wicket for the HUTT Hawks as we head into a drinks break now. That sort of makes the score 170 for 6, and that was the batsman that we really wanted to get as well. So well bowled, Pahan Silva.
Yes, I certainly saw Pradeep was doing his laps, getting his steps up. He took an extra couple of paces off that last lap. He's picked up his pace now. It's always pleasing, when your son does well, but he has worked hard and bowled really well this morning. Simon, lots of sponsorship over here as well. Any opportunities for any sort of brewery magnates to come here and sponsor any teams? We don't see too many. There's lots of signage around, but it's interesting to one, understand who the signages belong to. But do you think there'd be any opportunity with this live view and would get some sponsorship potentially for the tour next year?
It's a very interesting question, Brian, and one that I'd brought up with a customer of mine back in the Hawke's Bay, because a lot of the large alcohol companies over here also have a secondary sort of a sideline. I know Kingfisher do the water in our hotel, and Carlsberg do a range of soft drinks over here. And when I asked why that was, he explained to me that alcohol advertising is not allowed in India, and therefore the companies find ways and means of getting their brand image out to consumers and by any means possible. And sometimes that means buying a water brand and putting your brand on the front of it. So yes, unfortunately, alcohol sponsorship opportunities may be somewhat limited. Bombay Sapphire seems to have done quite well out of our trip so far, with a few post-match drinks, but that's mainly for the parents to get their intake of tonic for the quinine, which helps ward off the malaria from the mosquitoes. And with the humid conditions we've been experiencing over the last 2 or 3 days, there's been a bit of rain around and a little bit of humidity. It's certainly brought out a lot of dragonflies and a few mosquitoes along the way as well.
Yes, that's a lovely story about the kingfisher. So when listeners hear that we've been having quite a few kingfishers, that actually refers to water. And you need a bit of water, Simon, don't you? Certainly we've had some very spicy food, but we've been very lucky in that regard. Hotel staff have looked after us, breakfast, lunch and dinner, and have been super engaging. Actually, it's been really very cool to see, and the boys have certainly enjoyed it. Been a lot of cooked breakfasts. I've got Pahan to resume from the southern end. Comes in, bowls. Oh, still a little bit of bounce there. It's nice to see him getting some turn. We had some younger boys from Delhi, 12 years old, and very slight. Simon gave a lovely presentation at the conclusion of the match yesterday, and the young man, 12 years of age, in the Delhi under-16 team, and he was a great little spinner, and even in his stature managed to get the ball to bounce, and jeepers. And I know, Simon, that there's a few pictures of you floating around on that presentation, and I'm sure that those will be ones that you'll keep and treasure, because when he does play for India, you'll be saying, you know, you were giving him that encouragement back in 2022.
Yeah, Parth Bhatia was the young lad's name, and like Brian said, just a 12-year-old who was playing against much older boys from our side, and the first day in the T20 he picked up a 5-wicket bag, and then yesterday he followed that up in the one-dayer against us with a 4-wicket bag. So as a 12-year-old to sort of have the courage to come in and bowl spin to much bigger lads that sort of, you know, on occasion did take the long handle to him, but he certainly won most of the battles that he had with our boys and picked up 12 wickets across the 4 games that we had against them. So definitely one to watch out for, as is the bowler who's coming in from the northern end, Ari Bonar. Puts the first ball right in the right spot, just outside off stump. Big left arm bowler, son of Brian Bonar, so Brian won't say too many nice things about him in the commentary, I'm sure, but I can do that for him, because He's a great young lad, Ari, and he's enjoying charging in, even in the heat that we've got over here. He's running in full tilt and bowling some pretty good pace, actually. Oh, they've stolen a quick single there. A little bit lucky that Amog juggled it at mid wicket before he threw, but I know talking to some of the locals, they have said that they've really enjoyed the challenge of playing some of the pace bowlers that we've got on our side with Ari and Rohan and Amog. They get the ball through pretty quickly, and it's not something that they've always been used to here. So they said the challenge of facing the ball coming through it sort of chest height has been one that they've quite enjoyed, but has been a little bit of a struggle. Ooh. And he's just got that over the top of cover, and Nathan chasing hard. That'll just be 2. So a little bit lucky there, the batsman, but obviously with 9 overs to go, they're thinking about upping the scoring rate before the end of the innings.
It's been quite interesting, hasn't it, Simon? I mean, we've had our fast bowlers charging in, and I'd include Harry also in that, and with his height, he's certainly able to extract some bounce. And when you get some slight batsmen coming in, it's often difficult when it's flying around your head, and that can be at any grade of cricket. We've certainly seen a couple of, shall we say, experienced cricketers here from New Zealand also having a net, warming up for the season, which is good. I think that's a good sign that we see players coming here and getting as much practice in on grass wickets, and again having that, and that was just over the top of Willsy's head, and it's going to race away for 4, but that was an opportunity there. Good option, trying to get a wicket. We've got a change in the commentary coming up soon. I can just say Pete Gracey's slowly jogging round. You might be able to pick that up on the TV cameras. Fit young man, enjoying his first tour. Is that a wicket? Yes, he's given him caught behind. Stifled a pull, but it's done the job. A reward there for young Ari Bonner. He'll be pleased with that. He's toiled for his first 5 overs in the heat of the day and coming back, so that'll please him and the team. No drinks being run out though. Maybe someone over there in the parents' lounge, very nice air-conditioned lounge over there, not running any drinks out, and I'm sure they'll be thinking about that. Yes, I can see them waving, so they're obviously thinking about something. Ari's family at home will be watching that. I'm sure that'll be on the big screen somewhere. Shout out to Kira, Ari's grandmother. They'll be tuned in. I don't think they'll be watching Otago versus Canterbury. All right, time to continue. I'm now joined by young Peter Grace. Welcome back, Pete.
Thanks, Brian. A few wickets have fallen since I've been away. Just been talking with a couple of the locals here. Work in the tech industry. It's known as the Silicon Valley of India, Bangalore. And again, guess what they love? Cricket. So fascinating chatting to them. Telling them a bit about how the weather is in Wellington right now and how the boys will be going back to start their season shortly after we get back, and their experience here will be very helpful for them going forward, and they'll surely hit the ground running coming into the season. Might have to get used to playing on some flatter tracks again, Simon.
Well bowled, Ari. No run there. Yes, and welcome into the commentary position, Peter. Now, I was just going to say, it would be fair to say that whilst most of us have been to a cricket shop or two in our time here in India, there's a rumour floating around that you may have been to every cricket shop in Bangalore. Would you care to expand on that for us, Peter?
Well, as the saying goes, when in Rome, how could I not? Yes, the fine hospitality of the local bat shop owners, and had to spend maybe half a day at each one, I think. Probably half a day too little. But certainly some merchandise here to be checked out. Had a coffee at one of them, had a good chat with the guys working there, and they were certainly keen to hear about how things were in New Zealand. And they were telling me that the New Zealand A-team guys, so Rachin Ravindra and the other lads, had been in the store just last week for a visit, checking out the local gear as well. It's up in the air here. It's just over Milan Patel's head. Tricky one, maybe a slight misjudgment, but sort of turned over his left, tried to run back and get it. And Silva here, he's bowling right arm over to the left-hander. Will's French has really done an incredible job under the lid. I mean, it's stifling hot out there. No complaints really. Maybe it's just because he's a bit quiet.
Oh, I don't think he's quiet. He's a good vocal keeper, supporting the team, and be fair to say though, when you know you're out there fielding on these beautiful conditions, there's not a lot of excuses. It's like carpet out there, and it's probably a wee bit better than in Galloway Park, as I'm sure many listeners can attest to. This is just superb, and I know if an old colleague of mine, Steve Wilson, if he was listening, he would have his father's bowls out here and be having a good time. It's that kind of surface.
And that one was cut away out to deep point on the boundary, thrown back in from Harry. Yes, it's a very evenly, well, delicately poised point in the game now with it's 179 for 7 with 8 overs to go after this one. It's it could go either way. If we can really pick up another wicket and turn the screws here, we might be hoping to restrict them to under 200, but I'm sure they'll be looking to push through to 220 or 230. Now, Peter, after seeing quite a few cricket shops over here, what are your thoughts on the real difference between cricket shops over here in Bangalore and those back home in New Zealand?
Well, they're just so big here, and they're crammed from the floor to the ceiling with cricket equipment. Anything you could imagine, they've got it. IPL tops, pads, gloves, thigh pads. Anything you can think of, you'll find it here. Good variety as well. Just seeing a few man-cat attempts on this tour, and being the 1st of October, and there's a bit of a rules change with cricket happening. It's quite an interesting thing to think about, and I don't even know if we had it sort of in the group chat, what the rule changes were. We're quite fascinated to have a chat to the umpires and see if we're playing under the new rules, or if perhaps they just apply to the professional game. Be interesting to see going forward as we start our season how the changes will affect how things are done. Will we see more man-catting, for instance? I would need to go and read the exact rules changes that are happening, but don't want to be misquoted. People out there listening, misinformed. Perhaps someone could text in the comments, and Matt Franklin there in Wellington following the game. Perhaps you could look it up and let us know.
I think it's a good point, Pete. I mean, they're changing the rules to make the game better, and I think that's a positive for everyone to be clear on what's actually happening. Oh, that's going right next to his head. That'll be the first one. Puts the batsman straight down. Didn't hit him, but it certainly made him move out of the way pretty quickly. Just a little bit of firepower going on, and yeah, no, you're right about the cricket shops. Just phenomenal, and I know that a slightly different optic in terms of customers over here, but even at the ground we've had people coming in with bats, and we've had sunglasses. There's been a few people purchasing some very nice Ray-Bans and some Oakleys, and so we've had the full treatment really. It's been quite special. Simon, you did a bit of shopping earlier on in the tour. What was your main purchase?
Well, funnily enough, the gloves over here, very high quality, but also at a very reasonable price. So there's been more than a few pairs of cricket gloves purchased while we're over here. Hopefully they're going to fit in the bag on the way home. Not quite as much as the Silvers managed to sort of bring back to the hotel in their first haul. I think they actually had to hire a second tuk-tuk to get all of the gear back to the hotel after their trip to the Olympic Sporting Company. But yeah, no, some gloves, and then when the sunglasses came through yesterday, both myself and my son Harry picked up a pair. They were pretty reasonably priced, and yeah, certainly heading down to Anantapur, we were expecting a little bit more sunshine. They're going to be worth their weight in gold, I'd say. Very good over from Ari Bonner so far. He's restricted the runs, and there hasn't been a lot of scoring opportunities for the batsman in this over. As I've said that, I jinxed it. It's a full toss, but it's just kind of nurdled down to third man just for a single. So again, sort of 183 for 7 with 7 overs to go after this. Yeah, it's very interestingly placed.
Yeah, Simon, you can never have too many pairs of gloves, I don't think. The lads training in the nets, they certainly get through them, and at the price point that we're getting them here, it's hard not to sort of pick up as many as we can get. Yeah, Ari Bonner, he really does bowl a heavy ball. I'd say it looks to me like he'd make a good rugby player as well. Left arm over, and he's definitely caused some issues to the batsmen on this tour. He gets a few in just short of a length, and he can get them to really pop up, and he copped a couple of guys on the gloves. You see the magic spray coming out quite a bit when Ari's on, and the opposition certainly know his name. Harry too, he gets them through, and we've seen Willsey take quite a few up round his helmet of Harry's bowling. He's probably about 6'4", year 11, and he's rapid. I'm pretty excited to see how he'll go as he gets older. Hopefully he can keep his fitness up and stay injury free. It's always the challenges with a fast bowler, and I also know, being a tall man myself, it's not easy staying injury free and keeping the back in shape.
No, it's important. There has been a lot of fitness, people down in the gym in the morning. For previously, everyone was expecting to get on the big yellow bus, but Ravi threw a wee surprise in for us, and after the first day of the bus sitting in the number 2 ground, and we can talk about that later, certainly the the boys have had to revert to tuk-tuks to get to the ground, and that's been an experience for them that I know they won't forget. And yes, the bus was there just in case of injury that we had to take anyone to hospital, and I think our boys are sufficiently fit. The injuries probably come from the commentary team or some of the coaching staff actually. But there's a gym here, and there's been a good use of it from many folk. The gym here at the ground and also the gym at the hotel. Getting plenty of usage, which is really good. And Simon, I know you've enjoyed the gym here today.
Well, when we had a delayed start, I thought I'd make the most of the circumstances and headed up for a little cheeky half-an-hour session on the cross trainer before. Probably not my smartest move, because by the time I got down to the bus or to the area where we were all catching Ubers and tuk-tuks, I was a little bit hot, and you don't want to be hot heading out into the heat here in Bangalore, but lesson learnt. I'll work on that one. Now, speaking of injuries, Mr. Bonner, the last time that you got injured, there's a bit of a story that goes with that one as well.
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Simon. Silver resumes from the southern end, pushes that one through. Tickles around, probably get two here if they push hard. Yes, vintage cricket's always an interesting thing, and when you're on the boundary fielding, you do a lot of running, of course, and it's just one of the joys of cricket, isn't it? But when you're running in to congratulate the bowler who's taken a wicket, and then pull your hamstring while you're running in to congratulate him, is probably not the ideal level of fitness that you need for a game of cricket, but it's the joys of it all, the ups and downs, and I guess to some degree that's why we have a big squad.
I'm not sure if that was the story that Simon was after there. Oh, it was, okay, all right. But perhaps save that one for another day. One of the things that struck me about this tour is you come over with an open mind. I guess you try and form some expectations and things that you might see and do. But one of the things that one of the top things really has been the forming of relationships within the group. The boys are sort of sitting in their school groups for the first couple of days, and then as each day goes on, it's sort of maybe a more senior player will recognise that there's a junior player that can have a little chat. And yesterday, watching my son Luca bat with Amog, I haven't heard him talk too much, but Luca got back and he said he was really helpful out in the middle, really helped him settle. So for a 13-year-old to be out here with a first 11 cricketer was really a massive experience. And Amog batted beautifully. I think he got 70 or 80 runs yesterday. I've seen him bat in the nets, and this is the first time really I've seen him out in the middle. And amazing skill, especially against spin, which is ironic being a fast bowler. But he's a big, powerful guy, and he's got fast hands that he makes his decisions early. Quick to get forward and quick to get back. But yeah, as the boys get more and more comfortable with number one being away from home and perhaps mum and dad, they sort of seek comfort in other ways, and certainly the senior players are stepping up and just really helping out, and it's fantastic. Also, the relationships between the teams that have played, the Delhi team led by Neeraj's brother Pradeep. I saw the guys, sort of giving each other fist pumps, across teams and things like that, and having conversations and talking and smiling. It was fantastic to see. Don't get me wrong, the boys definitely out there to play their best, but they're also here to learn. So being able to communicate has been fantastic for the boys. managed to get that one on the full toss, and got one run out to Milan Patel.
So it's Chef Hahn back into the attack now. He's resuming the attack from the southern end where he opened the bowling. Yeah, it was a great shot from the batsman off the first ball to hit it straight back over Madon's head for a 4, but Rohan's adjusted his line, and he's certainly learnt a lot from the last time he was over here in India, he said, and bringing some of that into play now. We'll probably see a few slower balls, the odd off-cutter just to mix things up, and the odd really quick one which skidded through and beat Wills unfortunately to go for 4 byes. So that one very much a Yorker length which didn't get up after it bounced, and didn't do the keeper any favours, but we got 5 to go after this, and they're 199 for 7. So I think the good thing about what we've also done over here is the way the batting rotation has always sort of been different guys getting to try different positions, so everyone's sort of pods of 6 you'd say, and they're swapped around the whole time, so great for guys to be able to have an experience as we see what looks like another 4 off the bowling of Rohan unfortunately. But yeah, I think the experience that the younger guys get, especially being able to bat in different positions, come in different match situations, some where we need to sort of just keep our heads down and retain wickets, other situations where we've been on top and it's just a matter of accelerating the scoring to really help the team get home. So yeah, all great learnings for the boys.
Yes, there's certainly an opportunity for them to bat with everybody, and even if you're batting at number 8, you will get a bat. There's certainly no shame at being number 8 because there's always a job to be done, or number 10, and we've seen some of the different pressures applied when there's still overs in play to really enjoy your cricket here and just think about the game. So the boys are taking the learnings, and I know Neeraj is certainly encouraging the boys to really think about their roles, and something you perhaps don't get back in Wellington. And I'm sure some of the learnings they take will be shared with their friends. And you mentioned earlier, Pete, the camaraderie with the teams afterwards, and it's really so humbling almost to there's high fives, and there's people now following each other on selfies and Snapchats, and it'd be fair to say that the selfie world here is alive and well.
Some technical difficulties there. Must have pressed the button on the mic. End of the over, and looks like we're bowling. Rohan Thompson coming on to bowl, I think. Natan Sampson running a helmet off. Woolsey's chosen the cap, perhaps for a bit of comfort. Must feel good getting the lid off. Thompson be coming over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. We've still got a fly slip in with Pahan Silva. He's on the 30-metre mark. RD is at point. Bangs the first one in short. And super fast Harry has dived and he's landed on the rope. Didn't look too fun. It's gone for 4 runs. Harry's sporting his new sunglasses. They're sort of like a cricket. They look like they're made for cricket. They really, really do block out the sun. Exciting part of the game here, Simon. What would you reckon the mindset of the batsman will be right now?
Well, it's taking every opportunity to score. I think you saw there dropped in short from Rohan, and he wasn't afraid to have a crack at it, that's for sure. Looked like a good attempt at a wide Yorker from Rohan off the next ball, but that one's unfortunately just snuck wide and called wide by the umpire, so he'll have another one to bowl. Yeah, I think that's 215 for 7 now, so we talked about them wanting to get to 220, 230, and I think looking at it now, we sort of really need to work hard to try and keep it under 240, as that one goes down to mid-off for a single. Mid-off on the boundary down there, so we've got to the left-hander, we had cover on the boundary, deep cover on the boundary, long off, long on, and a fine leg and a deep square leg. So 5 on the boundary, 5 on the circle, but we've got fine leg, short third man for the right-handed batsman. So again, the right and left-hand combination probably making our boys work hard, really think about what they're doing. Yeah, bowled Rohan, it was a good ball, but just squeezed out to cover for a single. Boys on the edge of the circle this late in the game, and although they're not happy to concede the single, they're probably rather concede the single than give away the batteries. Yeah, lots of movement in the field with the left-hand, right-hand combination, so it's, every ball there's adjustments being made, and Rohan coming round the wicket now to the left-hander. Oh, mix up there. Wills is going to have a shy. Oh, and that would have been very close as well, but they've snuck through for a ball. Now, for those of you that don't know, Rohan Thompson has an Instagram account by the tag of Chef Han, where he displays the meals that he produces in his kitchen. He's a budding young chef, so any of you on Instagram, look him up and give him a follow.
Just on Rohan as well, he picked up an award for the top bowler so far yesterday. I think it was done by most amount of wickets. And we really can feel the energy lift in the field now. Players are running around, having to change with the left-right hand combination. Batsmen looking to score. Certainly if you're a fielder, you'd be thinking that the ball's coming to you every ball at this stage. generally. So maybe popping it down on an awkward length and bowling sort of wicket to wicket.
Commentary team over there, especially today. They were down at Chinnaswamy Stadium earlier, just checking out the normal commentary position, but they've joined us in the new conditioning box here today, and it'd be nice to have your thoughts on how do you think the HUTT boys are going against the academy?
Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Peter. By the HUTT team, some two performances as well. They've kept the score restricted pretty well, and a fine day of cricket here in Bangalore.
I completely agree. Despite slightly short pitch, it seems to be exciting. That's a wide ball, but what do you think? It's the last 3 overs. Do you think the batsmen have a license to go all out right now? Brian?
I know that you've seen a lot of cricket out here, and I think the field in the Indian cricket team here has been good all round. But the effort they've training out here doing this in some 20 years.
Peter, your thoughts on that? Absolutely. The last ball of the over. Short ball. Played to short third. No one there.
And that will bring the end of the over. This is the end of the 43rd over. There's only 2 overs to go. To go, and the batsman will definitely look at scoring over 8 if possible in these coming overs, and with the score at 228 they will try to get past the 250 mark. What do you think, Brian?
Anthony, I think you're right. I've got nothing to lose here, and though I've been in these positions before, and I think we have Ari Bonner coming back to the crease, so he'll have, I think, maybe one over to go, obviously, with at the northern end, and it'll be interesting to see who has to bowl the last over. But these death overs are important to keep the right lines and just ensure that they don't get to over 250. But it's a fast outfield. If you play the right shot, you'll be rewarded, and I think it's not about hitting it hard on this surface. It's about getting the timing right, and technique has certainly played its part in a lot of the runs being scored here in more ways than one, because you only have to touch it and it is gone for 4. Bonner from the northern end steaming in, or he tries the Yorker, puts it up there, just a push for 2 here. Zerata comes round, left arm, yeah, it's comfortable too. There'll be some field adjustments here, I think. But yeah, good time to be watching cricket. Early Saturday evening in New Zealand. Slightly cold, but things heating up here out in the park. Slightly short and it's set up and just an easy single. Fielded nicely at point. Pete, things to concentrate on the last couple of overs, your thoughts?
Staying alert in the field. So we've got 2 batsmen here that are willing to take a bit more risk at this point in the innings. That will surely mean we'll see a few more aerial balls. Ari Bonner coming in, banged it in short on the helmet, and that's a fine hook shot. Fielded on the boundary by Harry Law. Straight to him, and it's just a single. So yeah, everyone super alert and coming in to the end of the innings. Yeah, and there's definitely a lot more energy out there. The boys are quite vocal now. Really working hard to keep this total down, which is actually looking like a challenging one for our lads, which is what we're after. Just out to the to Milan Patel for another single. We'll just pass it over to Anthony to take us to the end of the over.
Thank you, Pete. And Ali has been doing very well, and through the innings he's kept the economy under 5, and also taking a wicket, probably the last ball of his spell. And down the leg side, wide, runs straight to the boundary. So you'll have to rebuild that ball. It's indeed been a shortened game, but the score looks very impressive for a 45 over game. And looks like they could make it to 250 with the last ball of this over. A quick single off the pad, and that will bring Ali to the last ball of the over. Last ball of Ali's spell for the ball. Wide outside off stump. The keeper misses it and it's down to the 12-man boundary.
244 looks like a very competitive total. The boys from New Zealand had their task cut out to chase this target in the allocated 45 overs. Are we coming to bowl the last ball of this ball? Well bowled. A wide yorker outside off stump. Batsman misses. No. And we come to the last over of the first innings, and I reckon there will be some fireworks. Pete, how much do you think they need to score of this last over? 10, 15? What would be a competitive total, considering we are already at 244 for 7, 260 would be a good total, a challenging target for the boys from New Zealand?
Yeah, I think 260 would be a fantastic score to make in the first innings here, and a big challenge for our lads, especially after fielding in this heat. They're going to have to compose themselves over the lunch break, get some hydration, and get the mindset going into changing from fielding to batting. Yeah, with the shortened innings, five overs shorter, I mean that's 260. Perhaps they would be looking to push 300 with those extra 5 overs, but we'll see how this last over goes. I think I'd consider putting in almost a backstop. It's really tricky work for the keeper here. Ball's just coming through up and down, and really hard work. Especially some of those good balls too, full Yorkers, and they're just scooting along the ground. A little bit up and down. Rohan Thompson in to bowl the last over. Right arm over, and it's swing and a miss. Kind of missed by much. So an ideal start for the Wellington lads, or the HUTT Hawks. A few gaps in the field here, but Rohan, if he keeps it there, I think it's an ideal way to bowl to this field. Brian.
Rohan has been our number one bowler, and very straight. Has been consistent over the last 4 days, which has been brilliant. I guess that's why he's bowling at the death, and I'm actually confident we'll hold them under 250. Anthony?
Yes, Brian, his bowling is definitely looking good. He's bowling on target, and this is the lower end of the batting lineup here, so it's not easy to face the best bowlers of the team. And comes in a ball, another ball slightly wider, and the umpire calls it a wide. Rohan Thompson has taken 2 wickets off the 7+ overs he's bowled, and he's been fast and been able to get the batsman out previously. This last over is going to be critical. Can he keep it under 250? And a slow ball played straight for a quick single there. Nathan, what do you think? Do you think they can get to 250?
Well, Anthony, I reckon they can. 4 minutes to go. At the start of the over, it seemed more like 260. That seems very unlikely, considering that Rohan Thompson has really bowled a great spell. Well bowled, straight to cover, and the batsman scamper for a quick single. Two more balls to go. .247 for 7 is the score. A very competitive score considering the conditions. Rohan into ball, the 4th ball of the spell. A hike. and they go for 2 and they make it. Okay, what was there? 2 runs to the batsman. It's been a really good last over. He's only given away about 4 runs in the over. There has been no extras. The batsmen have had a tough time to hit the boundaries. Played off the pads to deep square. A fumble by the wicketkeeper, and yes, the batsman scampered for a quick 2.
That will bring the end of the innings for the SAMPRASIDDHI under-19 team with a score of 251, 252 to win, the required run rate around 5.58. What do you reckon, Brian? This is a gettable total by HUTT HAWKS?
I think it will be, Anthony. They'll have to certainly pace themselves and set a good platform and really be careful of which bowls they attack. And we've probably got some challenges to think about when we face spin and how we get our runs. But I think there's an opportunity there for 1 or 2 players who will put their hand up, and I think that's the good thing about this format is someone will put their hand up, and it is a big total. And the academy boys have done well, and I can see a big smile on Suresh's face as he's walking past the commentary box. He'll be a very happy coach, and he certainly set the standard here today. And it's going to be probably a light lunch from Pete and myself. We'll be taking the afternoon elements very seriously, and but certainly it does draw together the closure of a really fine morning of cricket. And without further ado, I know Pete's already left to go down to the no, he's coming back. Down for the lunch, and for those viewers who are still up at the late hours of the Wellington evening, we'll take a short break, and we'll come back in about 40 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. We'll take a break and we'll be back soon. Looking forward to have you all back at our live coverage for the second innings. Thank you. Welcome back to this live coverage at SAMPRASIDDHI ESTADIO, Bangalore, between the SAMPRASIDDHI under-19 team versus HUTT, the team from New Zealand. And in the commentary box we have Ari Bonner, Will Greenwood and Nitin Manohar with us. Ari, how do you reckon the score for a team to chase?
Yeah, it's a bit of a big score, 253. It's going to require some good partnerships, some fast scoring and some good options with the bat. So it should be a good one, might go down to the wire. So yeah, we're in for a good game.
Who do you reckon are the key batsmen for your team?
Definitely the opener, Amol Paranjape. He's had quite a nice tour this so far. He's always relaxed at the crease. Also Harry Law, very clean hitter of the ball, big hitter. He's got the record for the most sixes on tour so far, so that's something to be proud of. Green, how do you feel that the Hawks need to go about their run chase? I think it's key to start off quickly, get runs on the board early, especially before the spinners come on and start to take a little bit more control of the game. Expecting Mog to get us off to a quick start.
Greenwood, you had a very good time in the middle bowling, and what did you think about the pitch? Was it turning? Was it moving? What did you feel?
Yeah, I think the pitch was obviously probably favourable for spinners. A lot of turn. Pace bowlers looked like it was keeping a little bit low, more variable bounce. But I think more of a spinner's paradise today. A lot of turn for the spinners today.
Well, getting ready for the first ball of this innings, and everyone's had a good lunch. The batsmen have set their guards, the bowler getting warmed up, and we have Amol Paranjape, and that's the first ball played down leg side to fine leg.
But the start is going to be the key in this game, considering it's quite a big total. Look at Grace on strike. Navin Virat, right arm over, coming right arm over. Yorker line ball, well dug out by the batsman. Anthony, do you think the conditions have changed since morning?
I mean, it's definitely overcast. I mean, the New Zealand guys must be finding it hot, but for the locals, I think it's a general day here. Look at Grace on strike, facing the third ball, straight to covers. And Navin Virat managing a fairly good line, bowling those Yorker length deliveries up front in this innings. Just lift outside the off stump, not much to offer from the batsman. Luke
growth. He's been looking good in recent games. Just hasn't quite been able to find his mark yet, but he's been timing the ball quite well, getting some good starts. So hopefully today's his day where he catches in. Pitched up, driven to the cover, no run. Just quickly, Mog Paranjape is very good on the short ball. It's one of his strengths. Has made him New Zealand Tobias. Feeds him short balls on the sidearm quite often. He's always there ready for it. So we'll see if he resorts to that early on here, looking for his boundary option. Moving into a Luca Grace, another dot ball, and that's the end of the over, just one off it. Go.
Okay. When do you guys go out to bat?
Later. 8. 10.
10?
8. He's like the Trent Bolt of the team.
Trent Bolt, yeah. These are
Start of the second over. Alam coming into the attack. Looks like a left arm seam bowler. Alam to a Mog. A Mog back on the back foot and defending it straight back to the bowler. I think the Mog's been looking good in recent games. As Ari said, probably looking for that short ball. This boundary option early on in his innings. But I think it's just key to rotate the strike early for a Mog to get himself into the game. A Mog punching back down to the ground for no run. Alam looking to swing the ball back into a Mog's page, it seems, early on, trying to get the bowling RBWs into play.
how different are these conditions in Bangalore from where you guys come from? Down leg, that's right.
I think in Wellington and New Zealand, obviously, probably get a little bit greener pitches. Offers a little bit more for the pace bowlers. Quicker off the surface and more swinging, more seam movement. Compared to here, where we've probably got less of that and more favourable for the spinners. Alam to a Mog. A Mog working it down to deep square for one. I think definitely different to bat on in India. Yeah, it's probably a little bit, outfield's a little bit quicker, so more value for your runs than we get in Wellington. Yeah, so it's good for the batsmen and for the bowlers, but very different to New Zealand conditions.
What is key as a batter? You play the ball a little later because it's not coming onto the bat. You wait a little longer. You keep your head low so that to counter the variable bounce. Down leg again, fumbled by the keeper. Another single, so that is 2 runs for the batting team. Ani, that was a question for you. So what do you think are your key success measures as a batter on pitches like this?
I believe it's just about just taking your time to get in, getting used to the wicket. Obviously, like Will said, they're a lot different to the ones we have back at home. So yeah, especially waiting for the ball a bit more, as it comes quite slow on these surfaces. Just a dot ball there, Mod plays it out. Yeah, it's just all about timing, not throwing your hands out too early. Just really waiting for the ball and staying patient, and looking to turn the singles over as well as you get in the start of the game.
Well, that's an interesting insight. You know, it's very different conditions, as Greenwood was saying. It's greener pitches there. We have Alam again to Amok Pranjpe, a dot ball again. So they're getting their eye in these first couple of overs, and good line there by the bowler as well on the wickets. Last ball of Alam's over. The left-hander tuning in and flicked down to the leg side towards square leg, deep square leg. And that will be the end of the over, and the score is 7 off. Yes, it's a no ball, so you have to rebuild that delivery, and it's also going to be a free hit signaled by the umpire. And this is going to be an interesting ball, because this will be their opportunity to really go after this bowler at this point in time. Can he make that mistake count? A swing, and it's straight to cover, caught, but it did not result in a wicket because of the free hit that was signaled by the umpire. Couldn't make it really count.
No, I think we're a bit disappointed in that, Luca, but, you know, fair enough, we had to have a go at it. Would have been a nice way, you know, to open the account with a boundary. HAWKS, it's a solid start. First couple of overs in, both batsmen looking to get their eye in. 7 for none after 3 overs. 2 overs, sorry.
Ali and Will, is this your first time commentating? How do you feel about commentating? Straight to covers, and Naveen Barat continuing the bowling. Just 1 run off the previous over he bowled, so he has bowled a very good first over. He will definitely be looking to keep the batsman under pressure. And second ball played down leg side, straight to deep fine leg.
It's a good way for Luca to get off the mark, just a nice easy clip down to fine leg, gets him down to the other end. Sees a Mogg back on strike.
Being a left-hand opening batsman myself, in conditions like this, I reckon the best time to bat is right now when the ball is new. Good shot, sweeper, and the batsman takes a quick single. And I completely agree with Ari and Greenwood when they say that when the spinners come on, the ball doesn't come on to the bat. The best time to bat is right now. I don't see the ball moving too much. In fact, the only thing I would be a little wary about is the variable bounce. I can see that some balls are keeping low. Naveen Virat coming in to bowl the fourth ball of the over. Short ball was there for the cut, but straight to point. What do you think is going on right now in the heads of the boys from New Zealand batting out there?
Yeah, thanks. They'll just be looking for some quick runs, whether it be singles or hitting that bad ball away. Especially they really want to capitalise on hitting that bad ball to the boundary, so they can really get themselves in and start to put scoreboard pressure on. I seem to look on the pads, flicked away. They were race to the boundary. That's 4 runs, so that's exactly what Luca needed and the HUTT Hawks. Yeah, so it's just about getting yourself in and giving yourself a lot of time. I mean, 45 overs is still a decent amount of time to bat, so I think as long as you take it all the way to the end, yeah, should be alright if you're a batsman.
So you stress on the importance of keeping wickets in hand. That's a good point. The boys from New Zealand didn't want to lose any early wickets. Good ball there. Play to mid-off. Run. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 3 overs, it's 14 for no loss.
Yes, indeed. That boundary during that over has definitely taken a little pressure off the HUTT Hawks team. And, you know, I heard that Grace is the youngest player of your team.
Yeah, Luca's coming to the end of year 9 in New Zealand, so about 14, 15 years old. On his first trip out to India. But he looks good. He looks comfortable in these conditions. Doesn't look out of place, and looks like he can really bat. Swing ball onto a Mog's pads, hitting him high on the thigh pad. Appeal but not given. Yeah, left arm bowler's definitely trying to target the pads, bringing the keeper and the slip into action here. So how will Paranjapay cope? It's a 4-1 on the pads, just hint to the onside for naught. Yeah, like I've been saying, Mog, he's bringing good touch. He's really been finding his rhythm over here. He hasn't found it too difficult to cope with the conditions. So if you can just keep up the way he's batting, should be in for a good game. Auto Mog hit high on the pads, not out, wasn't that close.
Well, definitely high on the pads and probably going down leg side as well. Umpire shaking his head in refusal of that appeal. But tight bowling there by Tabriz Alam. Coming in to bowl his 4th ball. Again, that trying to hit the block hole, put it down to fine leg for a easy single. Looks like they've been bowling comparatively fuller, as opposed to hitting the good lengths more often. The bowling attack, the bowling attack of the SAMPRASIDDHI under 19 team.
Yeah, I think they're really trying to utilise the overcast conditions that have come into play here. We can get the ball up there and swinging and trying to bring all three modes of the system into play. Again, struck high on the pads, but not given by the umpire. Being a left arm seam bowler yourself, what do you think the best mode dismissal in these conditions are? Certainly with the new ball, you definitely want to put it up there for a couple, see if there's any movement, and once again you target the pads and the stumps, as well as bringing the keeper and slip into play. So I think that's what you're trying to do here. It's a fuller ball, guided down to third man boundary for 4. Very nicely played by young Luca Grace. I'll be feeling more and more comfortable as the day goes on. So we come to the end of the 4th over. The rain starts to fall here in Bangalore. Probably rather normal conditions for the New Zealand players, having to play in the rain quite a lot. Batsmen will be fairly used to this. Looks like Morgan and Luca are actually questioning the umpire whether it's safe to play here, but they've been told to play on.
Yes, definitely more comfortable for the New Zealand players. They're more used to this kind of conditions, and the umpire says game on, even though there's a light drizzle here in the SAMPRASIDDHI SADIO. And the next ball is bowled a full toss straight to mid-on for no run. Naveen bowling his 3rd over. Second ball of Naveen, coming straight in, driven straight to mid-off, and the rains are starting to pour a little bit. We'll have to see what the umpire is going to say. Looks like the batsman also having a chat.
Everyone's just sort of at a standstill at the moment. The covers are nearly ready to be brought on. Now they're getting brought on. Play will stop for a short run while this rain clears up, but this is something that we are used to in New Zealand. A lot of rainfall, covers on and off, so it's nothing new to the New Zealand team, and they're always keen for a nice little stop when times are hard, and you get yourself reset before you go out again.
Well, as the covers come onto the pitch of this SAMPRASIDDHI ground, the score reads 19 for no wickets for 4.2 overs that have been completed. So both teams evenly poised at this point, Greenwood.
Yeah, I think HAWKS got off to a good start, but the bowling team's really stayed tight, stuck to their plans, and it's made it challenging for the batsmen. Rain really starting to come down now in the stadium. There may be a longer stoppage in play than expected. This game may get reduced overs for the HAWKS, which could be beneficial given to the start that we've had.
Well, the rain really pouring down on the SAMPRASIDDHI SADIO ground, and it could look like there could be a few overs that would be reduced of this game. The only good thing that I've generally noticed at SAMPRASIDDHI is they have a very good draining system here, and hopefully we'll have a full game.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone wants here. Obviously, a full 45 overs, but with this rain, let's hope it stops so we can get it dried up quickly. I think the boys will just be chilling out at the moment, perhaps playing a bit of cards or talking about the food out at lunch, which is quite different here in India compared to at home. We're used to a bit of Macca's run, some fast food sort of thing, but here in India you get a lot of different spices, different flavours, which is really nice. and it's quite different when you come over here compared to New Zealand. Get much more experience with the food. As the rain fully starts to pour down here at the stadium, both teams will just be having a bit of a sit down, a bit of a talk with the umpires about what the further steps are in the game.
Ari and Bill, let me take some time to get to know you guys better. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a bunch of cricketing questions and maybe you can give me a quick fire answer. Who is your current favorite batsman?
My current favourite batsman is Devon Conway. The way he's just come onto the international scene and just played his game while continually scoring runs, it's just brilliant to see, and his positive intent is always there, which is just another key reason why he's one of my favourites.
I like him too, being a fellow Southpaw. What about you, Will Greenwood?
Joe Root, I think, it's just a class act, you know, especially over the last year, really been scoring a lot of runs, especially in the test match scene and in the ODIs. So yeah, I just think he's probably seen as probably the best test batsman in the world right now.
I couldn't disagree with you. What do you think about the international Indian players? Who are some of those players who you look up to, batsmen and bowlers?
For me, one would be a key standout was Rishabh Pant. A couple of years ago when he won the game for them against Australia. In Australia, he just batted superbly and took the game all the way to the end. And he's quite tidy as well behind the stumps. And also an up-and-coming player, Shubman Gill, the opening batter. He also batted very nicely in that series. So yeah, India have a lot of star power in their lineup at the moment. Yeah, I think Rohit Sharma is key for India's success. Obviously a class batsman. Scoring a lot of runs. Very good on the short ball, and just a class act to watch. I think currently Hardik Pandya for me is probably the best Indian player, coming off the IPL season that he had, looking really good both with bat and ball.
That's right, and a player like Hardik Pandya had so much value with both bat, ball and he's a live wire on the field. So, I mean, who is, both of you being bowlers, left-hand pace bowler and an off-spinner, who is that one batsman in international cricket whose wicket you would really prize?
Well, that's a tough one, to be honest. I think I've got to either go Kane Williamson would be up there. He's a top batsman, or like Will said, Joe Root. Both absolutely talented players, and they can score quickly as well when need be. So getting them out would be a dream come true, you know. Yeah. I'd have to say Marnus Labuschagne. Just looks like a really annoying bloke. I wouldn't mind getting him out. You know, it's just the way he acts, real annoying. So getting his wicket and just maybe rubbing it in his face a little bit would be a massive bonus for me bowling to him.
Do you think Marnus tries to copy Steve Smith a lot with his mannerisms on the pitch, especially when he comes out to bat?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's just a little copycat, isn't he? I mean, he's just trying to do what arguably Australia's second best ever player does. I mean, yeah, given he is a class act, knows how to bat, but it's just really just copying Steve Smith's mannerisms. I don't think there's any need for it. The no run call really gets on my nerves sometimes. Put it straight back to the bowler. I'm not sure there's any need to really assert his dominance there. But yeah, I think he needs to find his own footing in international cricket and stop trying to follow in Steve Smith's footsteps.
Do you guys watch the IPL, the Indian Premier League?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the IPL. I think it's just a talented league. I mean, the players they bring in, the money they bring in, the fans they bring in, yeah, it's all top class. It's always good staying up at night over in New Zealand watching, you know, these big stars, these big names having a go, and just putting on like brilliant games to watch. Heavy on the edge of your seat most of the game.
Which is your favorite IPL franchise?
Well, Royal Challengers Bangalore. Considering I'm in Bangalore, but no, they are good. They've always managed to find a way through tough times when they haven't had the best of season, but always looking to get better. They've got a lot of big names like Coley's one of them, Maxwell's one of them, and they had our own Kyle Jameson in there for a bit. So yeah, they're a favourite of mine.
What about yours, Will?
I have to agree with Ari. RCB, my favourite team. Obviously been to Bangalore a few times. Feels only natural to support them. I think they underperform though with the names they have. They feel like they should be doing a lot better than what they are, but they're always, as Ari said, they're always looking to improve, always looking to win. So yeah, have to get behind them.
Let me put the two of you in a situation. If you are playing and probably international cricket or league cricket, who is that captain that you would like to play under?
For me, that's Virat Kohli. No bias there. It's just the passion he brings to the game, the energy he brings. It's just all there, you know. When the team's under pressure, he really lets them know. He makes sure that they know that they're under the pump. He's always bringing the energy. He's loud. He's just the captain that you need to have. He'll always be the guy that's going to pump up the players, make sure that they're really in for the fight.
What about you, Will?
For me, it'll probably be Owen Morgan. I think the way he captained the England side in the white ball was exceptional. I think over the last 3-4 years, England probably have been the best white ball side going around in the world. A lot of big names, a lot of big wins. He always looks calm under pressure as well. Never looks flustered, and always looks like he has a plan up his sleeve.
That was a little chat with the boys from New Zealand. We see the rains are slowly stopping, but the covers are still on. The groundsman is going to check the situation out there in the field. We will just take a short break and be back when play is back on.
Hello, 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 hello.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಜಾರುತ್ತಾ
Sorry for the weather. It's been fine for the last 5 days, but the last 2 days we didn't get hit. Get that.
Matt and Samson to come forward and speak a few words. We'll start off with Kairav. You can come, Matt, and both of you can come. You can ask a few questions, or if he wants to ask questions, it will be good. We'll have Kairav to talk for today. Kairav, captain of...
Well, I've been here only for 2 games, but today's game didn't happen, but it was good. I guess we batted first, our team played well. Good game, good bowling, good quality overall, some good fielding there. And yeah, it was a good experience just playing with a, what can you say, like a foreign team. It was fun and it's competitive, obviously, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for playing us. I think it was a good game while it lasted, although, it didn't end the way either team would have hoped. I think it was a great experience for both of us, and I feel like everyone has grown as cricketers because of the ability to play each other. And yeah, I want to thank you guys for having us today.
You want to ask anything? Any questions to our captain? No. Anything how to bat the spinners, or how do you play in these conditions? Or no? You want to ask how you want to play the bowlers?
Other conditions any different, like the spinners, especially the turn, the bounce, compared to the grounds in New Zealand?
He wants to know because he's not gone to New Zealand, isn't it? He wants 2 questions for
Well, yeah, in New Zealand you will see like maybe 1 or 2 spinners bowling in a team. Like it's not as much. Like you'd see lots of pacers in lineups, and those would be the main bowlers. Like yeah, so they'd be the main bowlers in New Zealand, and like the pitches behave like very differently. Like we only really get grass pitches, say like a quarter into the season, and they're usually all like green, and yeah, so they behave a lot differently, moves a lot more. Yeah.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Kairav. So we'll get into the presentation party. We'll start with the best batsman for the tour. We call up on Brian. The best batsman.
There's always one in the crowd. Thanks so much to the Academy team, Suresh, for having us here. And I think we're really lucky to get, let's call it half a game in today. And that's what it's all about. And I think there's one clear standout today. And Kairav, 65 of 59 balls, 10 fours, 1 6, 110 strike rate, 110%. Well done. Well done.
You can ask a few questions about the batting, because you're doing the commentary, isn't it?
Well, Kairav, you came in here this morning thinking, have you played these boys before?
See, it's just about watching the ball and not basically the bowler. Different conditions, shows a little damp in the starting, but just to bat anyway. Yeah, that's it.
You did very well. I could probably ask some of our bowlers how they felt about you, but I think the good thing is you played really strongly. The commentary team were impressed, and you could have gone on to a lot more. It'll be the next big challenge to make that next big figure, but really well done today.
Thank you, Brian. We'll take a photograph with you. Thank you, Brian. The next award, we call upon Pradeep. Pradeep, can we have a round of applause? Pradeep. The best bowler. You also. You got. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't quite get the full game today, but in the last few days of cricket that can be played in wonderful conditions, obviously. Cricket, as you know, has become a batter's game, and it's not an easy place to be a bowler, and especially if you're a little bit different to normal bowlers. And this, don't take it the wrong way, all the orthodox bowlers, but the best bowler goes to someone who does left-arm training, which is a really unique art, and I'd like to call in Drew to all the students. Okay. Well done.
Sit down.
Now, Siddharth, do you play cricket?
Yeah.
And what do you do bowling about?
Off spin bowling.
Off spin.
Yeah.
Are you going to do anything a bit different than your brother? You going to get a carrom ball already?
No, but I have a quicker one.
Oh, there you go. How old are you?
12.
Oh, okay. Here's a guy with 12 years old, off-spin bowler with a quicker one already. Watch out for his name, and he'll have a carrom ball and a long one, and what else will you have? Next time you come in, we might be playing against you next time. All right, say well done to your brother. Thank you, Praveen, for the kind words. Yeah, you'll have him ready for the next time you visit there. We're under 15. We're looking forward to your under 15 team. Next set of awards, the best batsman from the HUTT. We call upon Mr. Peter to do the honors. Before that, we'll have a few words from him.
Yeah, again, thanks to the Bangalore Academy and Suresh. Just a fantastic opportunity for our lads from Wellington to be here on a different pitch and in such a different city. Fantastic. I would describe this as a cricket heaven. So it's just cricket everywhere. You walk around the boundary, talk to someone else, talk about cricket. For me personally, I'm learning a lot. So and really enjoying watching the boys play. So I'm awarding the best batsman to Harry Law.
Just pose to the camera, turn the photographs.
Last shades, Kevin.
How's the hip after landing on the boundary rope?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good. Not too bad. Obviously got moved away from where the ball went, so it was a bit of a struggle getting there, but managed to get close enough. We're doing good though.
Cool. And the only player to hit 2 out of the stadium, how'd that feel?
Yeah, obviously good to get that over the other boys. Love hitting a few big sixes, so yeah, pretty good.
And next time we meet, you're probably going to be taller than me, so just enjoy the economy seats going back home, and maybe we'll fly business class from now on.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah. The next set of awards, I call upon Suman Vasu, Drew's father, to give the best bowler award. Before that, I will ask him to speak a few words.
So I know I think I remember you guys from 2019. Some of you at least remember you when you were here 2019. I think even Oliver. I think he was also here 2019, right? Guys have grown. Good to see you guys again, and hope to see you many more times. So the best bowler goes to Oliver Tevatia.
You got the spin legends there, boy.
So how was it bowling on tracks which offer you a bit of spin?
Yeah, no, it was pretty good, pretty different to New Zealand, bit more, I guess a bit more better for us as spinners bowling on wickets that's turning more and stuff like that. But yeah, good fun. You guys played real well. Good cricket all around.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. The next award is the Best All-Round Award. I request Mr. Jay Prakash to come and hand over the trophy. Before that, I request him to speak few words. Hello, please.
Look for his bag. Best all-rounder. Just put it on again. On the field, off the field.
How was your experience coming to India and playing here?
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good. It's my second time coming here. You know, it's just a really great experience. You know, facing some of these spinners. They turn it quite a lot more than the spinners in New Zealand. Really good, good practice. You know, in our pre-season. So yeah, just good to yeah, get back into cricket. You ready? You know. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So we got a small memento. We're going to miss Neeraj and HAWKS. Getting a little emotional here. So we got a small memento on behalf of SAMPRASIDDHI. I request Karthik Reddy to come and hand over a memento to Neeraj. Please, Neeraj. You and Karthik can ask few questions to Neeraj too.
Have an round of applause.
Hope you guys had a wonderful time. Enjoy cricket.
Yeah, we're going live.
Oh, you guys enjoyed cricket in India? So wonderful to see you boys. I've not been part of the entire event so far. I came in the morning because my sons played today, so I think everybody had a great time. So how was your experience, Mr. Neeraj?
Oh, you're working, okay. Or no one's using it, everyone's keeping it here, might not be working. Our experience was always good when you come over to India, and especially when you come to grounds like these and in conditions like this. I mean, you can't beat that experience. So experience has always been wonderful. We've been coming here for the last so many years, and not once we will not have a good experience or great experience. And likewise this year as well. I mean, we can't thank Suresh enough of what he has done for us and what he has done in the past for us as well. So we just always been thankful, grateful for all these opportunities our boys get to come over here and play the kind of cricket they play and the amount of cricket they play, because they play more cricket here in 2 weeks' time than almost in 6 months over there. So that's why we've been very grateful of people like Suresh and all the entire staff here to give us this opportunity, have our boys here and look after them so well, and provide these opportunity for them to play and develop their own skills as well. So thank you, Suresh, and thank you very much as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravi. Thanks. So I request Mr. Ritesh, sir, to do the honors to Ravi, and sir will ask few questions to you, and we can have a round of applause to Ravi. So that was concluding now. So what was the experience?
Amazing.
As usual, amazing. Obviously, I have to thank everyone here, to be honest. First up, the HUTT boys, obviously. Like, I know a lot of these kids, they're outstanding kids. Really good company to have. And then on top of that, they bring their parents as well, which is pretty good. So they're very good sport as well. I have to say that's the best bunch of supporters that I've seen in my time with HUTT. And then Suresh, can't thank you enough, mate. But I don't want to just thank you now alone, right? I mean, it will keep happening and happening and happening. So we're just so glad to be back after that COVID break, like 4 years. And to be honest, a lot of credit should go to Neeraj. He's the one, I mean, to be honest, he's the one who does it all, to be fair. I do a little bit, but he does most of it. I mean, coaches the kids. He's always helping out. You saw me bowling. He's coaching. So you know who does more, who does less. top of that, I think it's pretty much a Neeraj and Suresh show, to be honest. And I mean, obviously, the Indian boys really enjoy watching. Brings my childhood times very much alive. How we used to play, and watching you boys play, reminiscent of my playing time here in Bangalore, and we keep discussing that all the time. How we used to react, how did we react when we got a, and all of that. So it's really nice. I mean, cricket is strong in both our countries right now. I mean, New Zealand was a wee bit behind, but now I think we can compete as much as India can, I guess. So, I mean, long may it go, and this is not the last time we'll be seeing you guys, and good luck to a lot of you boys. I think there's a lot of talent in our team and your team, and I'd wish good number of you guys go on to play some seriously good cricket. And again, thanking all of the groundsmen, you know, the Gangadhar, thank you so much, right? I mean, always smiling and helping all the time, non-stop teas, non-stop food. And then the umpires, they come and do the job, but obviously a thankless job, so highly appreciated. And then all of it, you know, even the net bowlers and all of that, and giving us a chance to bowl a few balls here and there, and Chandar having a non-stop net, and so did Hamish. So yeah, we thank on behalf of all of us here, and much appreciated all your help, Suresh. Thank you. Like I said, it won't be the last time I'll asking you the help. Cheers. Thank you.
I request Nitin, we're missing Shabu here. Okay, we got a small trophy as tall as him. I request Neeraj to collect on behalf of Shabu, and he can hand over this trophy from Nitin to Shabuddin. Yeah? Thank you, Nitin, for being here. Thank you. Suppose Nitin. Thank you, guys. Anybody would like to come over and have a word here? You're welcome. Anybody? Chandra? Boys? Chandra? Come on. Thank you, Chandra. Can I have a round of applause for Chandra, please? Thank you, Chandra. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everyone. I think mainly thanks, Suresh. You've done a wonderful job here with the ground, setting up these games, and having some quality cricket for the boys as well. I hope you guys have taken a lot out of it, and same with you guys as well. Everyone needs to take something out of these games, and thanks so much for me, especially being able to come here, train, have lunch, go to the gym, watch cricket. This is like the perfect place, perfect holiday for me. So thanks so much, and obviously Ravi for doing a lot of net bowling, and Neeraj as well. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here, and it's a lovely setup. So yeah, if you guys ever get a chance to come back again, you know, you're in the right place, and you're in good hands with Suresh here. So thanks a lot, and yeah, have a good one.
Thanks. Thank you, Chandra.